Yeah. Yeah. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless. His friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Janet's fingernail, unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer,
July 1995.
do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream, long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.
I go by the name of J.F.K. And you know how this goes, right? If you got your carry-on, put it up in the overhead compartment. If you have a backpack, please slide it underneath the seat. But before you do, take out your Cliff Bars, your Hershey Kisses. If you got some vapes, nips, whatever your vice might be, put your trays up, because I'm about to take you up to 39,000 feet for sure. Remember, populate the goals keeps the conversation moving. And remember, turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking. Tonight is a very special night. Once again, we're going on part 9 of the series of Eddie O'Brien. 15 years old, 1995, Janet Downing. She was murdered, stabbed. It's crazy to even say. I don't even like saying it. It's so scary when you say it. But yeah, you guys know the story by now. So she was hurt real bad and she didn't make it. And Eddie was accused of it. And there was DNA underneath her fingernail that never was checked. There was a cab driver looking for his key. Would you believe it? Looking for a key. I don't know what he was doing looking for his key, but that night he was looking for his key. And there was a lot of stuff going on, a lot of moving pieces. Eddie been in jail 30 years. For 29 years, while he was inside on his 29th year, he actually seen parole. He went up to the parole hearing, and he still said, I'm innocent, man. You know, I'll take the parole to come home, but I'm innocent. I can't tell you I did something I didn't do. We talked to a cat named Shooter. I don't know if that's his real name, but that's what he goes by on here. You know, good kid, did time with Eddie and said that Eddie was a stand-up guy in there with them type of charges. People usually don't survive in prison doing something like that to a lady. And Eddie has been doing great in prison as far as the politics go in prison. So that goes to show you a lot of people believe his story. And I don't blame you if you do, but there's a lot of moving pieces. But tonight, I have my man J. Brilliant up here with me. Jay, what up, man?
What's going on, brother?
There he is. Jay Brilliant been working behind the scenes. I also got James Jackson, but the problem with James Jackson, he can't talk. He's muted up. He doesn't know how to figure out his StreamYard. So he's just going to sit there and be quiet, I guess. But I'm going to have to put him backstage for a second until he figures it out. Um, and of course, waiting on Kev for his connecting flight. But tonight is very special because we have EDDIE OBrien's sister. She was there that night. She was at Revere Beach hanging out, having a good time with Paul Jr., right, Jay Brilliant?
Yes, she was.
And if you guys watched all the series so far, this is part 9. You'll understand what role Paul Jr. plays in this, if he even plays a role at all. But without further ado, I'd like to bring to the stage, I need a warm welcome to Jeannie OBrien. I need everybody to put their peace signs up for Jeannie OBrien, ladies and gentlemen. Jeannie OBrien. Let's go. Peace signs up. There she is. There she is. You just got to unmute, Jeannie. That's all.
There we go.
Hey, how you doing, girl?
Okay, how are you?
Well, my name's J.F.K. That's Jason. We have silent James Jackson. He's just silent. He's like a mime. Don't mind him because he doesn't know how to work StreamYard, even though he probably did over 500 shows. But that's
God
okay.
damn.
But yeah. So we're here. You know, we've been covering your brother's case, and you've been in it since day one, as far as, you know, fighting the fight for his innocence. And I'd just like to say, you know, I'm sorry that you had to go through this. I'm sorry for your loss for Janet, because I know you probably knew Janet and you was, you know, friends with her. So sorry for your loss with her, and also what you've been through with your family, with your brother. I'm sure that hasn't been easy.
Yeah, we're here. We're still standing.
Still standing. And I appreciate you coming on the show. That's awesome. Shows a lot of strength to come on a show, live chat. Got 268 people watching right now. So where do we start? Jeannie, so where'd you grow up? You grew up in Somerville, obviously, your whole life?
All my life until my early 20s, and I moved out.
Got out of there fat.
Yeah, we grew up 2 different houses. One right down the street from Boston Street. We lived in one house until I was about 9, and then we moved up to Boston Street and when I was 9. So,
Wow. So how, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking?
I'm 48.
So you're 48, and EDDIE is what, 43 or something like that?
2.5 years younger.
Okay. So growing up, was you close with EDDIE growing up, or did you guys grow apart during that time when this went down?
Oh no, we were close. He was a pain in my tuchus. He was I was 17, he was 15 the last time that we lived, were together. He used to drive me nuts. He was the younger brother that would drive me nuts and want to set me off all the time.
Absolutely. I can understand. I can understand. And we talked to your parents last night. Very beautiful people. You have great parents. They're great.
Yeah, we do.
So let's so you grew up in Somerville. Did you go to Catholic school too?
Yeah, I went to St. Anne's and St. Joe's, both Catholic schools in Somerville. Yeah, and I started St. Joe's when I was about 9, and I went into the 3rd grade there, and I was in school with Paul.
Okay. And so what can you tell me about the neighborhood, growing up in that neighborhood? If you could describe it and give a little bit of description of the neighborhood that you grew up in. What was it like?
My best friend grew up 2 houses behind me. There were probably like 20 to 30 kids at any time. We always looked forward to the summers. We had the summer rec. Everybody would go down the park and play basketball and sports, and we'd have the park leader, and everybody would be there hanging out, playing games. We were a very close-knit neighborhood. All the kids from school lived in that area, and we all grew up together, and some of my best friends are still from there.
Wow. Yeah, we we heard some good stories about from your dad last night. He had some good ones. Yeah, I ran around Somerville back in them days in the 90s, so I know what it's like out there. It was, it was neighborhood, definitely a neighborhood, everybody outside in the 90s. So, you grew up in the 90s, 1995. You were what, 18 years old, right? 17, 18?
Yeah, it was 17. Yeah, it was totally a neighborhood. Everybody would be in everybody's houses. You could just walk in. The doors weren't locked. You
Mm.
know, old school Somerville, not now with all the yuppies living
With all the
there.
yuppies. God damn the yuppies. They moved in. Yeah, definitely, definitely. So 1995, the year was 1995. Um, Let me back up a little bit. What from when? What type of kid? If you could describe Eddie a little bit, what would you describe him in that space and time? In the 93 to like 95 when he was coming of age a little bit.
Um, I guess Gentle Giant would probably be the best thing. He was always bigger than everybody. I mean, he's 6'7". What do you expect, you
Wow,
know?
the big
My head
dude.
comes to about his
Big
shoulders.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah. Um, he worked a little side job to have some extra cash. He had a bunch of friends around the neighborhood. We all just hung out together. It was great.
absolutely. Yeah, that was a great time for sure. Someone just said Candy Rain was number one on the charts. You remember that song? No. Yeah, it was a good song. So the year is 1995. You you was driving and everything. You had your driver's license and everything, huh? So you learned how to drive early on. Dad taught you how to drive early. Went to driving school or whatever.
Yeah, I went to driving school. I was entering my senior year in high school that year. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, huh? Independent
Mhm.
woman. Learn how to drive
Absolutely.
early. So that
Absolutely.
night, so that night, you were using your aunt's car, your mother's sister's car.
Yeah. Yeah. She was going away for the weekend and she offered me to have it. So I'd have
Wow,
a ride for the weekend.
wow. That's a come up right there. You was living it up right there. Do you remember what kind of car was it? Was it? It
I think
was.
it was a Cutlass Classic. It was blue. Yeah.
Oh,
Really big, heavy doors.
nice. The good ones. The good
Yeah.
ones with the plush seats, man. Like you're sitting on a couch. Nice. I love it. I love it. So that night you were hanging out. It was so. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the weather? That I heard that week in that week of July. It was blazing out there, so to speak.
Oh yeah, I think it was close. It was in the 90s. It was just a really, really hot week. I know I had a couple days off from work because I had worked a couple jobs, so it was nice. I had the weekend off. We were planning just to hang out since I had the car.
Yeah, absolutely. So did you always go to Revere Beach? Did you always creep down to Revere Beach? Was
We
that like
did.
the
We went
spot?
there. We went there often. It was fun. It was the hangout. It's where everybody went. You'd park and then go across and get Kelly's or ice cream and just walk the beach and hang out.
Yeah, absolutely. That was back when you could back the cars in, like all the cars were parked in. Everybody
Yeah.
hung out by the trunk of their car. That was the good
Yep.
old, that were the good old days. I loved it
Everybody had
like
the
that.
music going. You got
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it was good. So you went down to the beach. So what can you tell us about your neighbors? So you had Ryan next door. You had Paul. So Ryan was Ryan Downing, Janet's son, was Paul. Excuse me, was Eddie's best friend, and
Yeah,
Paul Jr. was your best friend.
correct. Yep.
So if you could describe Janet a little bit, what can you tell us about their moms? Try to get, we don't want her to get lost in this. Janet, what can you tell us about her?
Janet was very loving. She was tiny. She was, she just had a funny laugh. When she would laugh, her whole face would light up. She was a kind soul. I think she was lost at some points, alone. Um, but she'd do anything for you. She was a mother in the neighborhood, just like we probably had 10 mothers. Gina, Janet, the people, all other, the Donovans behind us. Everybody was just looking out for everybody and everybody knew everybody. And most of the families were there 20 years. So everybody, you could just walk in the house. That's just the way it was.
Nice, nice. So did you get along with Janet? You and Janet had a good relationship, being that you were
Yeah,
best friends with Paul.
yeah.
So what was Paul's relationship like with Janet and Ryan? Because we heard from your dad, like they were in adolescence, teenage boys. They were having it out. Dad left. We heard Paul. She split from Paul Senior. So now you got the two boys left at home. Were they having like issues with moms?
I don't know so much with Ryan because Ryan was more of Ed's friend, but I know Paul. Yeah, him and her were not getting along. Paul wanted to go out and do what he wanted to do, and Janet didn't want him to do what he was doing, and she wasn't happy that he was sneaking out, and wasn't happy with what he was doing.
Yeah. Oh, he was sneaking out, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah. That usually happens,
Yeah.
for sure. So that night, let's go to the night. It was July 23rd, 1995. You're driving around in the Cutlass with the plush
Mhm.
seats. You're
Yeah.
listening to your favorite songs. You went down Revere Beach. You went to Kelly's, a three-way. Hey, I'm having some ice
Mhm.
cream. I am hanging out. I'm living my best life.
Yeah.
And then you return to the neighborhood to go drop off the car to get in Michelle's car.
Yeah, because we had seen her while we were out, and we said, "Why don't we just all get into one car? We'll drop one off." And I think we came back to the house. It was a little after 8 o'clock, so I could drop my car, the car I had, and I'll get into her car.
Hmm, okay, that's understandable. So you dropped the car off, and
Hmm.
so now, where'd you leave the car? You left the old Cuddy in the driveway or on the street,
On the
to get,
street, yeah, just in front of my parents.
and then you went back into your house.
No, I got into Michelle's car right away. Um, and Paul said, "Oh, I got to go in the house for a minute." And he left and he went in the house, his house.
Mhm.
And my brother came out. My father was on the porch with John Roberts, who used to be our neighbor, who doesn't live there anymore. And everybody was just kind of hanging out. We were talking. Michelle had pulled out her fake ID, and my brother had taken it from her.
Wow, Michelle had the fake ID, huh?
Yeah. And so we were just chatting, and probably like 20 minutes passed, and I was thinking to myself, "Hey, this is a long time, what's going on? Paul's still not out yet." So I got out of the car and I went to walk over to his house, and I walked up the walkway there. I knocked on the glass on the window, because it was a big window with all little panes of glass in it. And when I knocked, he had come out, and then we had walked towards the car.
Mm.
But I didn't go in the house or anything like that. He came right out when I
N-
knocked.
Now back then, right? Like,
Mhm.
I know when I was growing up in these type of neighborhoods, like the AC was in one room. There wasn't everything wasn't AC. There was like one room had the AC, right? And it's
Yeah.
like everybody just stayed in that one room. So fair to say, was the windows open around there? Do you remember windows being open, fans blowing? Um,
No, there wasn't any fans blowing like in windows or anything. The window was kind of like encasement window. It just had like it was like a really really big window in the side, and it was just like all little panes of glass. So where I walked up, no, there would be nothing like that.
okay. So let me ask you this. So Paul and Ryan, they had a dog, a golden retriever.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
They had a dog. What was the dog's name?
Oh God,
You don't remember the puppy's name?
I don't remember the puppy's name.
Well, it's funny because we was reading a report yesterday and we heard that Adi went back into the house. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but Adi went back in the house and he went to go get the kitties. So come to find out they had a golden retriever. So we just didn't know how
Yeah,
that worked.
no cats. It was a dog.
There was no cats ever.
Not that I
Wow.
remember. No,
He
only a
said
dog.
he said he had to go and get the cat box and the kittens.
Yeah,
He
he
lived there
did.
prior, so I don't know if he had his own, but like they kind of live. I know Artie was living with them because they didn't have a place to go. So him and his wife, they were in the front room there. Janet made it
You hear
into a
me, Jay?
bedroom for them, and uh, so they were living there. So they could have brought cats. I didn't see it ever, so I don't know if they had their own cats when they were there. But they were already out of the house by that point. So I don't know if
Who
they
was out?
left
Who was out of the house?
Artie was already out of the house by that point. Artie and Carol, his ex-wife, Janet's sister, they had lived there with Paul for a little bit.
Yeah, we just we had talked. He kind of gave us a rundown on what he was able to go back 4 hours later. Gain access to the house. You know, he started off with, oh, geez, you know, I wouldn't want anybody to ever witness what I witnessed, but I had to go there to get the cat box and the kittens.
I don't remember there ever being a cat. And you know what? The dog's name was Mickey.
Mickey, huh? Well, that's funny, right? Because my name is Maki. Nah, but yeah, wow.
I don't remember any cats ever being there or seeing a
Yeah.
litter box or, that could have been down the cellar for all I know. Maybe that was theirs from where they lived, but I don't remember any cats ever being there.
Okay, so let's stay on course, right? And I appreciate and anybody that wants to ask a question, just go ahead and you want to ask it. But I'm gonna stay on the timeline a little bit.
Sounds
So
good.
okay, so so now you're waiting for Paul to come out the house. They have a dog named Mickey. Now, was Mickey? Did he bark a lot? Did you always hear this dog? Was he, what type of dog was he? Like,
Oh
did he?
no, he was very docile, very loving, didn't bark a
Hmm,
lot, not at all.
okay, so he wouldn't bark. You think if Janet was getting what happened to her, like, does that boggle your mind that if so let me ask you this: after it was all said and done and you found out what happened to Janet, and it was in that pocket of time allegedly that you were sitting outside, does that boggle your mind that you didn't hear anything, the dog didn't bark, there was no, you didn't hear no noise, you didn't hear nothing, right, when you were sitting outside in Michelle's
No,
car, right?
no, Mickey was a pretty docile dog. He didn't really bark at all.
Mm. So did you have I know this might sound kind of funny. Did you have a relationship with the dog? Was you cool with the dog? Like if the
I was
dog
cool
came
with
up,
the dog. Paul used to walk him a lot around the neighborhood and stuff, but like he didn't hang out with us or anything.
whose dog would you say it was more? Was it more Janet's dog or was it more Paul's dog or Ryan? Like who you think had more control of the dog, if that makes any sense?
Um, I remember Janet used to always tell Paul to walk it.
Okay.
You,
So
you,
Paul,
you, usually it's whoever feeds the dog.
yeah, right.
You know.
So Paul comes out the house, right? Paul comes out the house. So let's back up a little bit. 2 days before that, right? Your dad said, right? Janet came to him and said that Paul Jr. actually, she had a fight with him because Paul was seeing an older gentleman. Because come to find out later, like I said, this is all allegedly. I don't know, so that's why we're asking you. That Paul was seeing a man, an older gentleman. Janet didn't like it. Janet got in a fight with him, and Paul actually assaulted Janet. And she went to your dad to say, "Hey, can you talk to this dude because he's out of control?" Do you know anything about that, or would you want to speak to that? You don't have to if you don't want to.
I'm okay to speak to it. Yeah, Paul and Janet had gone to play tennis. That was kind of their thing. And Janet what Paul had told me was that him and Janet got into an argument over it. And Janet went to go hit him and he kicked her in the stomach. That's what
God,
he told me. Um, Paul was seeing a man, yes, a man we worked with. We used to work at Service Merchandise down in Twin City, and I had gotten Paul a job there, and he
you,
was seeing one of the men that works there, and actually he had his own boyfriend too, so there was the three of them
how old was this guy?
in his 20s.
Like early 20s, late 20s?
Yeah, like middle to late, I'd say.
And so what did he look like? Was he a big guy? Because I heard Paul was a small guy, your dad said. He said he was skinny. He wasn't
Yeah.
really a big dude.
No, this guy was normal size. No, not big, not small. Neither one of them. Bernie and Robert. Bernie and Robert were their names. I can't remember which one we worked with. One of them worked at the jewelry counter, and that's where they met. They actually lived in East Boston together. Uh-huh.
Oh wow.
Now, do you think Janet had an issue with it? I mean, um, it's your father. We spoke to her father yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm jumping in a little late. Um,
Get with it, will you?
yeah.
Right?
So,
Listen, I told them already, Jeannie. They're all fired. They're all fired.
goddamn. No, but your father had mentioned to us that she had switched religions. Janet,
Yeah.
she became Catholic. She took a little flack from the family.
Yeah.
Do you think Paul dating a man that, it kind of rubbed her the wrong way. Like, geez, I didn't want to see you go down this route. Was it hard for her to accept that?
I don't think Janet would feel that way. I think Janet would accept him for whatever, I think it was more, Paul had not come out at that point, so no one knew that he was gay. I knew, and a couple other people knew, because he was my best friend,
Yeah.
so
Yep.
I knew. We grew up together since we were 9.
Wow.
I knew the guy from work, so I knew that who he was dating. I knew he was older. I knew he was going over their apartment. And, I don't think Janet would have any issue with it. I think she would accept him for whoever he was. I
So it
just
was
think Paul was very secretive. He didn't want to come out. He didn't let anybody know.
So it was more or less like, I guess, it was kind of told that somebody was shimmying up the drain pipe and getting in the room. So he was more or less trying to sneak it a little bit. So that I could see that being an issue, sneaking somebody in the house, 17, 18 years old, still living under mom's roof. I could see that. So yeah.
Yeah, I think he was mostly going over there with the both of them. I don't know if they were married or what, but he was involved with the two of them at the same time. And he was only 16 at the time.
Oh,
And
okay.
I think what led to the fight was one of the boyfriends had called and asked for the keys back because Paul was watching their apartment when they went away. And I guess he didn't drop the keys off to them fast enough. And so they had called the house, and one of them had gotten into a conversation with Janet. And that's kind of when she found out everything. And, she was very upset. Now, me as a 17-year-old kid looks at it very differently now as an adult. And if, I would look at that very differently,
Yeah. Yep. No, that's understandable.
So, anybody got any other question for that part at a time? Anybody want to say anything right now?
Not yet.
Everybody's cool. All right, so
Yep.
let's keep the timeline going. So now you worked at Service Merchandise. You said in the Twin City. Where's that? Like off McGrath Highway?
Yeah, right in Cambridge. Yep, right off McGrath Highway.
Okay, cool. So you're over there, and you guys worked together in Service Merchandise back when they had phone number keepers and Air Max and all that good old stuff in Service Merchandise. I remember them.
You don't
I
have
like.
to remind me.
Yeah, I love Service Merchandise. I wish it was still there, man. You should.
I missed that place, man.
Yeah, I missed that place. But so now you go to you're sitting outside, you're waiting for him. You heard no noise, you heard nothing. They have a dog named Mickey. He comes outside, he jumps in Michelle's car. Now, prior when you was at Revere Beach prior when you was at the beach with him, prior to going back home, what was his energy like when you was at the beach prior to going back to your house to drop off the Cuddy?
Oh, very happy, very outgoing, we were just having fun. We were 2 kids, going for a joyride and hanging out and going for fast food and, just enjoying life.
Right. Exactly. Wow. Exactly. Oh man, what I would do to have them days back, right? I try to have that nostalgia feeling every time I go out. I try to rewind the time a little bit through my kids, So now you go back home, you drop off the Cutlass, you're gonna jump in Michelle's car, and you guys are gonna go hang out. I take it for the rest of the night, and
Yeah.
so now he gets back in the car, and you guys start driving back down to Revere Beach, which is about a 20-minute ride, 25 minutes or something. And what was his demeanor like when he got in the car? Was he different? Did you feel the energy shift? Like, what was that like?
Yeah, he was more quiet. I did ask him, I go, what's going on? And he's just kind of like, nothing. And he wasn't familiar with one of the other people that were in the car with us, Raquel. So I said, "What's going? You don't." And I know he wasn't so keen on Michelle, so maybe I figured he was just quiet because of that. And I don't know, you know what I mean? So I wasn't thinking anything about it. I just figured, maybe it will get better when we get up there. Everybody gets out of the car and we just hang out.
Did he change his clothes?
I don't recall that. I don't remember.
Now, someone said he had a backpack with him. He didn't have a backpack the first time at the beach, but he had one. But he had one the second time. And where did he have the backpack? Where was he sitting in the car, if you don't mind me asking?
Him and I were in the back seat, and
Do,
Michelle was driving, and her friend Raquel was next to her.
do you remember? I hate to say this. I'm just a weirdo. Excuse me. Do you remember what kind of car it was?
She had like a sporty car, like a Sunfire or
A Sunbird.
yeah, something like I don't know,
Yeah, Sunbird. Let's go.
something like that. Yeah,
Firebird, the Sunbird.
She had a
yeah.
Sunbird.
I
Pontiac.
don't know.
Yeah, calm
Pontiac
down, James.
Sunbird.
You're a young
I'm
buck,
not a car
James.
girl.
Before your time. James, in '95, you were still playing G.I. Joe. Stop it, will you?
God damn, James.
Right. So
Pontiac Sunbird.
yeah.
That's it.
I thought I
Something
was
like
the
that.
Ultimate Warrior in '95.
So she had a part. So it was a two-seater the car, or was it
Four
four-door?
seater.
It was a
It
four-door.
was
It
a
was a four.
two-door car with 4 seats.
Okay, so you was in the back in a coupe behind, and
Yep.
you're sitting right next to him. Where did he keep the backpack? Was he holding the backpack? Did he put it in front of him? Was he being weird with this backpack? Like, if you could think now.
I don't remember. I remember it ended up in the trunk at the end of the night, but I don't know. I think what he did is he walked out of the house, got into the car, and he just had it next to him when he got in because we didn't open the trunk or anything like that.
So that whole ride, 25 minutes, you guys are listening to the radio. The windows are down. It's
Yeah.
95 degrees out. What a beautiful humid night. You're going back down to the beach. It's about to be, what a great night. Summertime, young teenagers. Oh, what a great time we're having. But he's acting a little funny.
Yeah, he was just very quiet. His demeanor changed more.
Hmm.
It was really, really hot out. I remember that. But he wasn't his normal self.
Right. So now, did you guys go park in the same area that you was before on the beach? Did you go to a different side of the
We
beach?
we went to the other side when we went back. Down
Okay.
the other end.
So you went to did you go towards the Point of Pines, like going towards Lynn?
Yeah, we were down there. Yep.
Yeah. So you're over there, and so now, like, so you guys want to go on the beach, right?
Yeah.
And want to go in. So you actually was gonna go swimming. You had towels, everything. You're gonna go swimming?
No, not me. Not at Revere Beach. Are you
No,
crazy?
not everything.
You might come out with 2 heads.
Yeah, some things never change, huh? Right? Still ain't going swimming in that beach. But did anybody actually jump in? So when you get out the car, you guys walk on the sand, right?
Yeah.
What was he wearing? Was he wearing sneakers? Do you know what he was wearing? Shorts? Like what did he have on? Do you have
We took
flip-flops
off
on?
our shoes, if I remember, and we kind of just like I just put my feet in the water. I wasn't going in, but just kind of jumping around, splashing. I didn't go swimming or anything.
And where was Paul? Was he joining in the festivities, or did he just
Yeah,
like?
the same.
And did Paul go in the water?
I think so, but like not swimming wise, just like splashing and probably rolled up your pants, you know?
Yeah. Your dad said he went in the water with all his clothes on. Do you remember that?
I don't. I'll be honest, I don't remember. I don't remember. I thought we were just splashing around. I don't remember that.
Okay. So that you don't remember that happening.
No.
Okay. So now you guys are hanging out, right? And you guys just hanging out. And so his demeanor he's still acting like a little bit to himself a little bit.
Yeah, all night he was like that, which I thought was really, really weird.
So when did you guys decide you're going to pack it up? What made you go back to Boston Street? Was it just done for the night, or did you get a phone call? How did that work?
Well, the beach
Beeps?
closes down at 10.
Oh yeah.
So they make everybody vacate the beach at 10.
Yep, they're gonna take everybody's car too, tow it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys
Still
headed back
doing
to
that.
you guys headed back to the Ville.
Yeah, we headed back to the Ville. We could make the ride in about 18 minutes.
18 minutes to the Ville. Let's go. But you gotta go
Yeah.
slow on Route 16 because them stadies might whoop whoop pull you over.
Very
So-
different back then.
Oh yeah. So now you go back to the Ville and you start coming up the street and you see lights, camera, action.
Yeah.
What's going through your mind when you see now? What did you see? Put it if you
Well-
could explain it.
Well, we came up 28 up Greenville Street, and then it intersects with Boston Street where we all live. And we took a right, and we just seen lights. It's probably like 2 blocks down, and I just seen like police cruisers and lights going, and just people. Like it was too dark; you couldn't really like see so much except for the lights. Like you could tell people are out there, and I thought it was kind of weird because Paul started saying, "Oh, my mother, my mother," and I'm like, "Well, you don't know that it's that because look how far we're away. It could be anything. You know what I
Wait a minute.
mean?"
So you're in the car. You're in this back seat of the two-seater Sunbird. The sun. We call them sun chickens. So you're in
Yeah,
the back seat of the sun chicken, right? And you're driving up the street. You see ambulances or whatever, just lights, and he's saying my mother," before he even gets to the spot.
yeah, yeah. And I thought it was kind of
Well,
weird because I knew there were issues with his sister, and she was kind of staying there on and off. So I figured it was probably her. I said, "You don't even know that it's, your mom." I said it could be Carrie, could be anybody. You couldn't tell what house they were at because they were just lights everywhere.
Yeah, and let's
well,
talk about Kerry. What was Kerry like, the older sister? Because she had some issues or whatever.
Yeah, she had some issues, she had some, in and out, runaway, had some really interesting boyfriends, she was
Interesting
troubled.
boyfriends.
Yeah, she was troubled.
Yeah. So
hmm.
did you get along with her? Did you know she was a little older than you, right?
Yeah, I didn't, like when I was like if I seen her, I'd get along with her, but she was older, so she didn't really bother with me.
So what do you call it? Denise, not Denise. What am I saying? Gina said that she had some issues with the drugs. She was messing with the drugs back then.
Yeah, she was.
Mm, yeah, I understand. So
How's she doing now?
No contact with the family, so I couldn't tell you.
hmm.
Mm.
So let's stay there for a second, right there. No contact with the family. How does that make you feel, knowing that you had this big relationship with them at one time? And usually in that space of time when you're teenagers, and like you said, from 9 to 18, you kind of hold on to that because it was such a bonding experience through them times. And then after this takes place, you got to just drop it. And but yet, every time you think back to that Revere Beach time, you think back of Paul, you think back of Janet, Michelle, this one, that one, and now the memories are just weird now, right? It's like funky. Like how you been coping with, you can't talk to these people. Like how'd you navigate through that?
Well, it's life. You grow up and you meet new people and you move on, and you got to pick your big pants up and figure it out. You make new friends, you get different hobbies. I started working full time because I was out of high school, and my life changed. I missed a lot of them. Paul was my best friend for my whole life up until that point, and it was odd. But now that I look back, it's like, I don't know if he had something to do with it or not. So it's kind of, how could a best friend do that to you?
Mm. So if this would have never happened, do you think you and Paul would still be cool to this day? I mean, I know that's kind of forecast in the future, but what do you think? If you
Yeah,
had to
I would
guess.
say we would still be friends if this didn't happen. Yeah.
You know, have you at the time of being his friend for a number of years, have you ever seen him have an attitude where he could, be explosive or, you know, just
Yeah,
shift
I mean,
gears?
right before everything happened, he was very angry with his mom all the time. They were getting into fights all the time. He was sneaking out. He was dating those two guys.
Dude, he was
So
dating
yeah,
two guys. Two
it
guys.
was two guys.
Oh,
Yes.
Jesus.
God damn.
They lived together, and that's kind of what Janet found out. Because one of them had called the house and said, "Hey, I want my keys back. Paul was watching my apartment while I was on vacation, and he hasn't returned them." Actually, I had actually gone over to the apartment with him once when that did happen, and we, made sure everything was okay with the apartment, and had come back.
Mm. Got any questions, James Jackson, in this pocket?
Well, just back real quick to touch on when you said you pulled up to the spot and Paul was saying, my mother, my mother. Now, Janet was his single mom, right? He lived
Yeah.
with just his mom at the time. I mean,
No, Ryan lived there. Paul lived there. His mother, his sister Erin.
And Kerry wasn't living
I
there.
mean, I would think the first person I would think the first person I would think of would be my mom, in a situation like that. I don't know.
I
So
know
it's just
Carrie was
weird.
just there. Carrie was just visiting over those
Yeah.
couple of days, and I know Janet was babysitting. So, I I would always associate that with Carrie more than I would Janet. That's what I would think of if I seen police outside the house.
What do you feel? What do you feel about that, Kevy? What James Jackson just said. That was a good point. No.
Yeah, I mean, being one of the male, one of the brothers, the sons, and the father figure not being around. Yeah, I could see, myself, saying, geez, I hope my mother's all right. Oh, I hope nothing's going on in my house. My mother's there, I mean,
Where was Aaron at the time?
I'm sorry, what?
Where was Aaron at the time?
I don't know. I didn't see her probably till later, so I don't know.
okay.
How old was Aaron?
I think she was 2 years older than us.
So you pull up to the street. You got anything else you want to add, Jay Brilliant?
No. I didn't know if she knew where Aaron was at the time. That's why I was asking.
That's fine.
No.
I just want to make sure
We weren't hanging out, so I don't know. She was older than us, so we didn't really. I mean, if we seen each other, it'd be nice or whatever. But no interaction that day.
So, at that, so okay. The we went back. We had said maybe at the beach he might have put his backpack in the trunk of the car.
Yeah, he did. He put his shoes because we were walking on the beach in the back, along with his backpack.
Now, do you remember? I mean, okay, you pull up to this scene now. You left Revere Beach. You're 18 minutes. You're back in the neighborhood. You see the lights. Did he just jump out of the car and go up to the house, or was he concerned about getting his stuff out of the car? Did he have to go back in and get that backpack?
He got right out of the car and tried to run into the house.
Could you tell that the emergency vehicles were at his house or no?
Yeah, after we pulled up the street, you could tell. You couldn't tell from when we first turned the corner. You couldn't tell what house they were at, really, at that point. It was
When he
dark
was
out.
saying, "Mama,"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was 10 o'clock at night. We were blocks away before we were even pulling up there.
Did you see a cab out there by any chance?
There was a cab on Hamlet Street, yeah.
You seen the cab?
Mm-hmm.
was it blocked in with the emergency vehicles?
Yeah.
So the cab was there, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
When the ambulance was there.
I don't remember if there was an ambulance there when I was there or not. It was a really crazy night at that point,
Well, did Janet leave yet? Was Janet still in the house? Do you know?
My father, as soon as I got there, my parents told me to go up on the porch and go up, get away from everything.
So you don't know if they took Janet out or not yet?
No, I don't think they would have wanted me to see that because I was 17,
Of course. All right. So now so what happens? You get put on the porch. What they do with Paul? What he do? So he tried to get in the house. They take him out. Where they end up? Where he end up going?
Him sitting on the sidewalk, and he was hyperventilating and just kind of like losing it. I mean, it's your mom. I would expect something like that, Eventually I came down.
What they say to him about his mom? What did they say at that point?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know what they said to him. I can't answer that.
Right. And so at this point, Eddie is on his little, he's walking through Union Square right around this time or whatever, right? I would assume so. Right around this timeline, he's doing what he's getting into. So you just stayed on the porch, and so when did you find out, and how did you find out? Like, what was the reaction when your dad heard that he got in a fight, or when did you find out that Eddie actually got into a fight in Union Square and got stabbed too? Were you guys thinking it was connected, or did you know that Janet even got stabbed at that point? You know,
I
you
didn't
knew.
know at that point really what happened. I just knew that my brother needed to be picked up from down in Union Square. They were kind of trying to shield us from that. Um, you know, I did step down off the porch, and I was standing with Gina, um, after a few minutes, and Artie had come over to us, and Gina was on one side of him, I was on the other side of him. And, so I was in a conversation with the two of them in front of my house. And I know that my father wanted to leave to pick up my brother, but they wouldn't let my father leave to pick up my brother. So I think they had called one of my uncles up to go down and pick Eddie up at the store because they wouldn't let my father leave.
So
Which
your
I
uncle,
found out later, it's because he had gone in and, found Janet.
so your uncle drove, Eddie home.
I think that's the way that it worked out. Yes.
All right, because your dad said that the cops drove Eddie home, but
Oh, okay. Then I
no,
know my uncle
I know,
showed
no,
up.
I'm just saying. I
Yeah,
mean, that's here nor there. I'm just saying.
yeah,
But
yeah.
you didn't see any of that. Did you see Eddie come home? When Eddie walked in, did you see his hand? Was he showing his cuts? Like, was you there for that? Was you present for
Yeah,
that?
I did see his cuts. He had some cuts on his fingers. Um, he didn't have any blood all down the front of him, as everybody says. I seen his
Well, so
clothes. That
let's back up. So who was
yeah,
saying he had blood on the front of him? Who said that?
yeah. That's what the news and everything like that said after the fact, but that wasn't true. I didn't see that.
He had nothing on the front of him,
No,
and he had a
maybe a
white
little
tee.
bit from his hand, but that's
Right.
it.
And what was Eddie acting like?
I think he was just in shock and he had just gotten jumped, so he didn't know kind of what to do. I mean, he's a 15-year-old kid.
Right, right. So then your grandpa says, "Hey, you got to go down to the hospital and get this checked out, kid. You got stabbed up."
Yeah.
And your uncle took him down there, right?
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe I'm confusing it. Maybe my uncle had taken him to the hospital. That's probably where it is. Okay.
Yeah, your uncle took him there.
Okay. I know he had
So
gotten into a car with my uncle at some
so when
point,
did you
but
find out when at that point, when did you find out that they're looking at did you hear rumblings? Now you find out, when did you find out that she was murdered? Like, do you remember when you found out the news when they
yeah,
said
I
that
mean,
Janet was murdered?
shortly after we arrived back, I mean, everybody was talking about it. There were people standing all around. I was talking to Gina. I know,
Did you see
Gina
Adi
was
there?
just, I did. He came
So
up.
what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yep, me and Gina was standing there just talking, and he had come up and he was kind of freaking out a little bit because he had lost his keys. And I remember Gina kind of saying, like, "What do you mean you lost your keys?" And he said they were in the backyard. And then I remember Gina asking him, "How did you hear about this?" Because, like, it's not, it just happens, why are you here? You know what I mean? Kind of thing. And he said, "Oh, I heard it over my cab radio."
So you were there. You were
And
present. You were present for that.
yep. And then Artie also looked like he was just like fresh, like he didn't just get out of work. His hair was neat. His hair was brushed.
What could you tell me about his hair? How long was his hair? James, do me a favor. Go down the camera for a second. Show your hair for a second, James. Did he have long hair like James? Like, was his hair long like James? Like, James, come down, will you?
His hair was probably like 2, 3 inches long, I'd say.
You don't want to show your hair, James, all of a sudden? You're camera shy?
I'm sorry, I'm using my phone. No, I'm trying to do two things here.
I'm
So
trying to
was his
understand.
hair,
I'm
did he
trying to
have
bring
a
your head down.
mullet? Did he have
Not a
did he
mullet.
have the
Buddy,
straight hair,
did
the
he have
fade?
no, listen, buddy. Will you calm down? I'm asking to see your hair, bro. Just bring your hair to the camera. Was it long like that?
I can't really see that. That's
You can't
dark.
see? It's dark? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he had longer hair, inches
Did he
long.
did
Normal. Yeah.
did he wear a hat? Did you ever see Adi in a hat?
He wasn't wearing a hat that night. No, he was not.
So you don't know how. So his hair wasn't long. It was like just because then your mom said like a week later she seen him and his head was shaved. Do you remember that? Like when you seen him after his head was buzz cut? Do you remember that? By
I
any
didn't
chance?
personally see him, but I heard that that's what happened.
I'm just trying to understand how long his hair was. That's all. So, but you
Mhm.
seen him. His hair was combed. He looked fresh. Um, everybody else, and what did everybody else look like? It was hot outside, so everybody else
It
was
was
just like,
hot, yeah, and everybody was kind of disheveled. My hair was pulled back. Everybody, it was in the 90s. It was a really hot day,
and he looked like he got out the shower.
hmm
Wow.
And we only had a conversation for a few minutes, and then he went off with one of our neighbors to go smoke weed.
So that's what he did. He went with one of your neighbors to go smoke weed. So, but now keep in mind, Carol and Janet are sisters.
They are, yeah.
So let me ask you this. Carol lived in that house with Janet. What can you tell me about Carol, and what can you tell me about Addie, who lived right across the street from you? How long did they live in that house for?
It wasn't a long period of time. I don't remember the exact time period. But I know Carol and Janet had a very close relationship. I know Janet wasn't too thrilled with Artie.
You
What
knew
was
that? You knew that? Go ahead. Go
Yes.
ahead, Kevin. Kev.
my thoughts were is what was the resemblance of the sisters? Were they, Janet and her sister? Did they look alike? Did they both have short hair? I mean, did they kind of stylish alike, or?
They both had pretty short hair for women. I mean, Carol's was probably more shoulder length. Um, they were sisters. I don't think they looked so much alike.
Okay.
Carol was bigger than Janet. Janet was very thin.
Yeah, Janet weighed like 115 pounds, right?
Yeah, very tiny.
And what would you say Carol weighed, if you could guess?
I don't know, 170, 180. I don't know.
Oh, wow. So she was a little bit bigger. So so now what can you say? Like, was Addie what was his demeanor like when you seen Addie, when he seen, you girls are young girls, you're teenagers, like you usually pick out the creeps, right? Would you say he was a
Yeah.
creep?
I just stayed away from him. I didn't really. He was creepy, yeah.
He
And
was.
yeah, and he always tried to make jokes, and they were just weird. And
What type of jokes did Addie make? We want to hear them. Were
He's
they
a
funny?
comedian.
I don't remember.
He was
He just tried to be the funny guy, and he wasn't.
like
Just
what type
from
of
there.
what type of jokes? Like sexual jokes towards the younger girls?
No. Just trying to. I don't know, like not sexual jokes. No.
Okay. All right. No, I'm just wondering. That's
Well,
all.
you said creepy, so I mean that
Yeah, he was
would
just
make the
weird
one
looking,
thing.
and he'd like stare, and I know Paul told me that Janet didn't like him, and she'd do anything for Carol, but she wasn't too hot for him.
What did
She
Paul
did
think
more
of
for her sister,
what did Paul think of Addie? Did Paul like Addie? And did Paul
Eh,
did Addie know about Paul's little relationship he had with these two gentlemen? Did he ever
I don't.
was
I think there was very few of us that knew about Paul's relationship. I
do you
was one of them. A couple of people at work. Most people didn't know about it.
do you think Addie knew?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. All right. And so now this goes down. You find out she got murdered, but now you saying that you found out she got murdered on the scene. You said when you pulled up, people were talking about her. So Gina, they found out like it was already leaked out, so to speak, that she got stabbed to death. Like, what was like the cause of death? Like, I know you're a young girl, but what are you
Yeah.
hearing in that moment? If you remember, and if you can speak
Yeah.
to it, I don't want to put you on the spot, but in that moment in time, was everybody crazy? Like, I can't believe she got stabbed. Who would kill her? Who would do this? Because if that's the case, then Addie's looking for a key, right?
Right.
Paul Jr. He's on the sidewalk sobbing. You don't know what's going on. You just came from the beach. You just wanted to live your best life. Eddie just came back home. Well, is on his way back home with the police because he just got stabbed. So in that moment in time, there's a lot going on, a lot of moving pieces. Like, so do you remember who mentioned that she was murdered or she died? Like, did that come up?
Yeah, I think it was probably one of my parents that told me. They didn't really go into graphic detail about it. They just said, that Janet had passed and she's not, she died. She
That
was
night.
attacked. Yeah.
Do you remember how long after though? Like, was it shortly after, a couple hours after? Like, how long after did you guys think you hung out in the neighborhood? Did you guys call it a night after
No,
11?
everybody was there for hours.
For hours. So you out.
Afterwards, yeah.
So what do you think? You was out there till like 2 a.m.?
I think I probably stayed out there probably till maybe midnight.
And you wasn't with Paul? Paul
And
didn't come join you at that point?
No, they had taken him away. His father had come and they had taken him away.
Hmm. What can you tell me about Paul Senior? What's he like? What was he like? Was he a scary guy, good guy? What was he like being his son's best friend?
I know him and Paul didn't really like going over to his house and he didn't really like going with him. I remember him a little bit when I was a kid, but I didn't really have a lot of interaction with him because he wasn't living there anymore, you know?
But he did live there when you was growing up, though. You said you grew up
Yeah,
with
for
him.
a little while. For the first couple of years. I don't remember what year they got divorced, but I didn't have a whole lot of interaction with him. I know there's lots of stories that I've been told about him but I didn't have a lot of interaction with him, I'll be honest.
So you guys stayed out there, say at about 2 a.m. We'll just say 1 a.m., 2 a.m. You guys are in
Yeah.
shock. Paul
Yep.
leaves with Paul Jr. and Ryan leaves with Dad, Paul Sr. But when do you think now now they clear out, right?
Hmm.
Was there still crime tape and police presence at that house?
Yes. When I went in the house, there was, yes.
I know Kevy Kev got a question about that. Go ahead, Kevy Kev.
Yeah, I mean, did you ever witness like a crime scene cleanup? Like after the investigation was over, did they send in the people with the white suits and did they clean everything up for them, or did they have to go back and do it themselves?
I don't know. We had news people on our porch every day. I had people chasing me if I would go outside. I don't remember. I just tried to stay in the house and not really go anywhere so I wouldn't be chased by news people, to be honest.
Let me ask you a question. Here's a question from Becky. This is a pretty good question, right? So Becky comes in. She says, "Does she know what Paul's boyfriends look like? I'm wondering if they match the description of the two people that jumped Eddie. Was they Spanish and black? The two people he was messing with?
I've
No,
been
they were
waiting to
not.
ask that question.
No,
mm,
they were not. Were they Hispanic or black or that of that descent?
No, they were not.
They were not. Okay. All right. Good question. Good
Could they
question,
have
Becky.
resembled Eddie in the dark?
I from what earlier
Hold on,
with
hold on a second. Sorry, Kevy Kev. What you say, Jay?
I said, could Paul's boyfriends resembled Eddie in the dark, like from a distance?
I wasn't there. I couldn't tell you.
No, I'm saying that by knowing these guys who worked at Service Merchandise.
Right.
Eddie was at that time. Eddie was what, like 6 feet? Was these guys 6 feet at all? Did they have?
No, they were not. They were
No.
they were probably like 5'7".
Yeah. So that's a no. That's a strong no, Jay. Brilliant. But good question for sure. You want to say anything else, Kevy Kev? I know you're into the house. So the crime scene's there. That there's a strong police presence, and Adi said, I'll just lay it down for you, Kevy, and I'll let you grab the mic.
yeah. No, definitely.
Adi says he went in the house to grab kittens. Did they let anybody in the house? Right, Kevy Kev, you want to take it from there?
Yeah, I mean, he stated that about 4 hours after, they all had dispersed, he was allowed to go in the house and get, the cat box and a couple kittens. And, I just find that odd,
me too.
I
I'm
know
sorry.
talking people in the neighborhood were talking and that Gina had told me that she had been able to walk into the crime scene after they knew it was a crime scene. So people were just walking around everywhere. I mean, I don't think they kept a great crime scene. I wasn't there. I'm not a police officer. I don't know how to secure a crime scene, but it sounds to me like they didn't do a proper job.
So
Mm.
so um so in the following days after this incident,
Let's say let's before you ask that, and I don't mean to
no,
dismiss you. I'm not
go ahead,
dismissing
do
you.
your thing.
I'm just trying to stay right in that pocket.
Yeah.
So that night, that night, let's just stay on that night for a second. The crime scene tape is up. Now you stayed out there the rest of that night. Now you see Adi a lot, right? So Adi's hanging out with you guys. Well, he went in the house, right? You said.
He went down to Gina's house. You know, I didn't really see him after I had that conversation
Did
with
you
him because
see?
I was,
Did you see a tow truck tow his car away? Did you see
I did
that?
not see that. No.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Kev. I'll let you pick it up after that. Go ahead.
No, I just, I mean, it's, how I'm taking it is that, you know, since that night, I mean, the friendship between you and Paul and the brother, that was it, huh?
I did see Paul one time after that. We were still talking for probably a week after everything, and I did go over and visit him at his uncle's house in Arlington. Um, you know, just to see how he was doing because not everything had played out at that point, and
Yeah.
he was just very distraught, very quiet. It was a short visit. He had just he was upset about his mother, and that's kind of what he was talking about. He was talking about the funeral and if I was going to be there and all that. Everybody was going to be there.
So let's back up just a little bit, right? I'm trying to stay right in that pocket, the
Yeah.
day to the day after. Before I go, jump, let me swing it around the room. James Jackson, you got anything you want to say?
No, just back to what Kev said. I think that would be, I mean, we've seen a lot of crime scenes, but I think that would not be a normal gesture to have somebody walk in a crime scene to go get some kittens. I mean,
So let me
that's
say
just
this.
wild.
So now your uncle goes to the hospital and they take Eddie's blood and then they come back to the house. So you're there when Eddie comes back from the hospital, right?
Yes.
So when they come back from the hospital, did they say to you, "Oh, these people think Eddie did it," or like they took his blood? Did you have any idea that the frame up was starting to take place?
No.
Did you see your dad acting funny? Did he go talk to your grandfather a little, to the side? Hey, I need to talk to your pops about something. Did you feel any energy? Like and what was
No.
and what did Eddie do when he first got home? When he first got back from the hospital and he's all taped up and stitched up, did he hang out with you on the porch or did he go to bed? What did he do?
He came out for a little bit on the porch, and then we kind of went in shortly after that. I think
And so when he found out that Janet was murdered, what was his reaction?
I don't think he had any kind of reaction. He, just upset, shocked that it was Janet. Nothing out of the ordinary.
And you've been in this house before, right? So you know
I
where
have.
Adi, so you know where Adi stayed at, right? Like
Yeah.
you could so where'd he stay, in the front room or something like that?
Yeah, the front room. Yeah,
So
the front living room. They turned it into a bedroom for him
so
out
you
there.
so you used to hang out there. What did you do when you went to the house? What did you do? You watched the Cosby Show. What did you do? Watch BET, MTV. What was your vice?
We probably went
Nickelodeon. What was
upstairs
it?
and played video games in Paul and Ryan's room on
You
the
play
third
and you know,
floor.
and did you? When's the last time prior to this happening? When's the last time you was in that house hanging out? Do you think was you in that house that day, the day
Yeah,
before?
no, probably a couple weeks before, a week before. You know what? We went out. We never were at home. We were either
Yeah.
working, we
Well,
were
here's
out of the house. We didn't really hang out in the house. We would get everybody together. We'd go into Boston. We'd go up to the tower. We were just kids that wanted to always be out.
yeah. Well, join the club.
Yep. Yep.
Right.
The good old
Right.
days.
The good old days. But
Yeah.
this is my point. I was trying to land the question. So when you did go to the house, say for him to get dressed before you guys, he had to, do his hair, take a shower, and you just was waiting for him or whatever, things that friends do, right? Go ahead, get dressed, eat something, whatever. Did you never seen a kitten? A little kitten didn't come up to you?
I don't remember ever seeing a kitten.
You never seen a little kitty?
I'm allergic to them, so I hate them.
She's allergic. And you never, when you went in the house, you never started sneezing like, hey, you got a cat in this fucking house?
No.
Well,
So
I never seen a cat.
Never seen a cat. Okay.
And a question that got brought up between me and JFK, because we've been kind of talking, behind the scenes, and we ask each other some questions, and then we both clicked on it and said, kittens hide. I mean, especially with all the commotion that went on earlier that night, these kittens would have been hiding. So now, if Adi goes to this scene to collect the kittens, he's going through the whole fucking house.
Yeah.
He's looking for him. He's looking under beds.
Well, if the kitties were anything like Mickey, they might have bit his hand and pulled him. That's what Mickey
that
did.
was another now we're finding out that there weren't cats. It was a dog. So I mean,
yeah. Did you hear that part when the cop said he went in the house and the dog walked over to him and bit his hand and pulled him to Janet? Did you see that? Did you read that? It was kind of like embellished a little bit. I don't know. That's just my point of view. But maybe the dog did it. Maybe it was a super dog. I don't know. But
could have been a service dog, man. Hey, could have been a service dog.
Could have been underdog.
Yeah.
Goddamn underdog.
Yeah.
So think about it, right?
Go ahead, Jay. Sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
Artie said he went in to get the cats. There was no cats. And then there's kitty litter in a bag hanging in her house. That's just a little funny.
Yeah, what was up? So there's no cats, but there's kitty litter hanging in the house. So obviously that has to strike her even crazier when it happened because there's no fucking cats. Like, so who the hell? What's he doing with this kitty? Like, where'd the kitty litter come from? It wasn't even her kitty litter.
Yeah, what's this kitty? What's this kitty shit?
I don't know. There's a kitty on your shoulder. There's a kitty on your shoulder.
They found kitty litter hanging. They found kitty litter hanging in her house months more prior to her the situation that happened. And then he says that he went in to get the kitty litter and the kitties, but there's no kitties in the house ever.
Yeah, and he said that he did.
There's no.
Well, he said that. Let's be clear, James Jackson.
Ahead,
James Jackson is just learning about this. So 4 hours later, James Jackson.
I am.
He's saying 4 hours later. He's saying he went into a murder scene to get the kitties.
Right.
And we're hearing that there's no kitties, but there was a golden retriever, which means I don't even know. Would you want kitties around a golden retriever? I don't know. I know they're pretty looking dogs, but dogs are dogs. They might eat a cat. I don't know, right?
Yeah,
I'm just saying. And you're saying you never seen kitties, and you were there a week prior, and you never seen a kitty. So I don't know about these kitties. And then there was kitty litter. Gina said, I don't want to confuse the audience, but Gina said that when she was afraid of Adi, weird things were happening in her house, and someone hung kitty litter in her house, like some weird thing. And she was like, what's up with this kitty litter? Or kitty poop was in the kitty litter, like hung up, like just something weird in her. Where that happened? Where was it, Jay? Yeah, it was in a bag, Jay. You want to add to that?
I'm pretty sure it was in the basement. That's what I recall.
Now, that was another question that I would. Now, when Adi would show up at the house, I mean, being a neighbor, maybe walking by the house on your way up to the towers or whatever, would his car be naturally parked on Hamlet Street? Did he use the back side of the house to gain entry, or was
Nobody parked over there?
To walk right in the front?
Yeah, nobody parked on Hamlet Street. Everybody parked on Boston Street because it was a kind of
Not if you're a
narrow
cabbie.
street. It would be a narrow street because you'd get hit because two cars are always trying to go on. No one would park on Hamlet.
And he can't park. And he can't. Well, hold on. He can't park that cab on that street because if he did and it got hit, he'd be in deep shit, right? So
yeah,
that was a one night thing, right? That was an urgent thing. It seems like if he parked there, he was risking to get hit. But hey, maybe he had other plans. We don't know.
You know what? I got one question just
to
ask real quick. I recently have been up to 71 Boston Street, and I walked around the house, and I noticed that there's fencing around the front yard. Was that ever a driveway?
Where the fence, there's only been one driveway over near
and
the
that's
second
to the left
apartment.
side, side of the
that's it.
duplex.
Correct.
Is that where Janet normally parked her car, or is it like a double driveway?
Yep.
And do you remember Janet's car parked in the driveway that night by any chance when you pulled up, or when you were sitting on the porch all through that night? Did you notice her car was in the driveway?
I don't remember, to be honest.
You don't remember? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So okay. So now the next day.
That's where she always parked. She never parked anywhere else.
But
She
you
never
didn't
parked-
notice. You don't know if it was there that night.
No, I don't remember.
So little brother Ed comes home. Eddie and Eddie. If you Eddie, I know. The crazy part about it is the thing about state prison is they know everything before you know it. So I'm sure he's gonna hear all about this. So Eddie, what's up, man? How you doing, man? Hold your head up, buddy.
Eddie.
Peace out, Ed.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, keep
hey,
your head
right?
up.
I don't, this,
Keep
they
your
know
head up,
everything.
man.
I don't know how they know, but they know everything. He
I
probably
talked
knows.
to him today.
Yeah, he knows everything, right? But
Yeah.
anyway, I'll tell you this. So so now here we go. Eddie comes outside. He's hanging out with you. Everybody's somber. You just found out, and you don't see Adi after that. Adi goes in the house with Gina. He's smoking weed, and that's it. You never see him after that.
Not with Gina, with Danny, but yeah.
With Danny. So who's Dan? Danny's her daughter.
Hmm.
So how old was Danny?
My age, same age,
She was
17.
17, and he was how old?
I think he's in his 30s, at
Did you
that
find
point.
that? Did you find that weird that
Yeah.
he was next to her at 17?
Yeah, that's weird. He's he was just a weird dude.
Damn,
And
Adi.
you know what? It's like over the years, he's harassed my family.
Yo, hold
He
up.
stalks everybody
I,
on Facebook. He's just
Jeannie,
I
I'm
blocked
sorry.
him.
I'm new to. I'm new. This is my second time here up on the. I'm not new to the streaming, but I'm new to this.
Case story
Situation. Yeah, case. I mean, I've known about Eddie for years,
for
but
years.
so Artie came up here. What, Jay? Like 3
Yeah,
shows ago,
like four.
Artie
Yeah,
came
four
I,
up
show.
here.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think he was the first one that
All
we
right,
got on there.
yeah.
first one up here. First one up here. First one to go in the chat and fight with the chat, and first one to come in with a different name. Allegedly, this is what I'm
Allegedly.
just reading, like different comments in the chat. So Artie, if you're out there, that doesn't look good, my man, when you're doing stuff like that. You know,
We've
So
all
he
blocked
so he
him.
was with
He
Dan. So
makes
he
new
was.
names.
So who was so Danny, and then she had there's an older sister though that was 22, right?
I don't know who was there. Either Tara or Pixie could have been there at that
So
point.
if you
Yeah.
were gonna, so he was more attractive. If you was in that space and time, from your perspective, your POV, was he more targeted at the 17-year-old versus the 22-year-old? Like who was he interacting with more?
I would say Danny because he went with Danny. Danny, I talked to Danny after, and she said, yeah, she had smoked a joint with him. I don't know
So
who else was there. She didn't mention if anybody else was there.
so what was Danny's POV of after she found out? So after you found out that, and now when it comes out, so let's just go to the next day. The next day happens, right? And now Ryan calls your house and he actually talks to your brother, and your brother says, I'm sorry for your loss, right? And they're talking, and then did you talk to Paul Jr. the next day? Did he talk to you?
Yeah, it was either the next day or the day after. I don't really remember the exact time. And we had talked and we said, "Hey, can I come visit you?" And then I went over to his uncle's house in Arlington and I visited him.
So what can you tell us about the three people who knocked on the door? Can you break down their names? The ones that knocked on the door, and it was Marco, right?
Marco,
Gavi,
Garvey, and John Fitzpatrick.
John
Was it John?
Fitzpatrick. What? So them three kids, what were their relationships with Ryan, Paul Jr., and your brother? What was their? Who hung with who? Were they all just friends, or like were they more cool with your brother, more cool with little Ryan, or more cool with Paul Senior? I mean Paul Jr.
It was more me and Paul and other people, and then like Ryan, John, and Garvey and Ed hung around because they were younger. They were a year younger or two than us, a couple of years younger than us. Ryan hung with them, even though him and Paul were twins, and Paul hung mostly with me and Colleen, and that was really people from around the neighborhood and other friends that we had. But
So
yeah, the boys mostly stuck with the boys. Those boys mostly stuck together.
so now Marco, a couple of days later, within 48 hours, he calls up your house and he says he needs to see your brother or something like that, right? And he actually comes to your house. Did that happen? Marco come to your house and they have a conversation out in the backyard?
I
Can you
don't
speak to
recall
that?
that. I
You don't
wasn't
recall.
involved with that. I can't answer to that.
So Marco allegedly,
So
to
someone in
put
the
pers- so Marco says what Marco what?
somebody in the chat, they were trying to correct the names. Marco
That's okay.
Abreu.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Seth.
fine.
Was there
Yep.
a kid named Seth?
He was in their group, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're saying it's Marco, Seth Dion, and John Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that was
Marco,
the three of them? Okay.
yeah, it's a group of friends. It's all good,
Yeah.
right? And thank you, chat, for helping us out. But
Hey,
the
can I ask
point
you a
is,
question real quick?
go ahead.
What uncle did he go? Did you go to in Arlington to see him at? Was that Artie or
Janet's
no?
brother. Janet's
All right.
brother.
So Marco comes to the house, right? Allegedly comes to your house. You wasn't there for that when he came to your house?
I don't remember that happening, so I can't answer to that. I'm not gonna,
Yeah, and then allegedly, right, he goes back there and he tells your brother that I seen you jumping out the bushes. And then your brother says, it's impossible. You didn't see me. That's impossible. You don't remember that? You can't speak
No,
to that?
I
Okay.
can't speak to that.
Okay. So what happens now? Tell me the process when the cops come to your house and actually arrest your brother. What was that like? Was you there for that?
I was. They had come with a search warrant, and they just started going through the house. They destroyed the whole house. They ripped everything apart. No need to do that, but they did it. It was scary. I was a
I
17
mean,
year old
that's what
kid.
they do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do, James.
Yep.
We know that. Yeah, so go ahead. So
You
so
know,
you're
a woman, I'm sorry, a woman, to get murdered like that, I would expect them to do more, at that point.
so
Ripping up mattresses,
so 2
really,
weeks. So hold on.
that
So
ain't
let's
shit.
just let's stay in pocket. So what happens? What happens now? What a month before that, 2 months before that, there was a woman, a 17-year-old girl. Her name was what was her name that passed away?
Deanna Cremens.
Deanna Cremens, right? So that was 2 months
Yes.
prior. What was the neighborhood like when you found out something close to your neighborhood? A young girl, especially your age, got found murdered.
It was sad. I know my mom had just had my sister, one of my youngest sister, Megan. She had just had her in the hospital, and they were talking about a 17-year-old girl from Somerville. And I know my mom told me that she was scared that it was me. She didn't know.
Wow.
But we did go to high school together. I
So
was
you knew
not
her.
friend. I knew of her. I was not friendly with her.
Okay. So
Mm.
the police come to your house. Your mother got a 2-month-old baby, and you have a 2-year-old sister too, right? So your mother's got a baby on her arm, a little
Yeah.
2-year-old running around. They just take Eddie. They come right in. They cuff Eddie right up, and they take him out. And you're watching all this.
Yeah.
That must have been traumatizing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Would
now
like to go through it again.
Wow.
yeah. So I'm just trying to
Wow.
I'm trying to go back to 30 years with the 95 to get to the mindset of what
That's
was
a
going
lot.
on.
Jay, yeah. You
Yeah.
just brought it back. That's a lot, Jeannie, and God bless you for what you've been through and everything you're going through and how you've got through it. I commend that.
So now he gets arrested. Your parents are like, they got to get a lawyer. He's being charged with the crime. And now, right off the bat, did you reach out to Paul Jr. and be like, hey, what's going on? Why are you saying my brother did this? And what do you mean? And what's going on? Did you reach out and try to figure out who's spreading this rumor, who's saying this, and why, and what?
No
Like,
contact after that.
no contact at all.
Nope.
Were you
Nope.
told not to be in contact
That
with him, or you
fast.
just
Yep.
were you told not to be in contact, or you just didn't be in? They
It
just
just
didn't want
didn't
to.
happen after that. I didn't. I was told, we just never called. I never called him. He never called me after that. I assume my parents probably didn't want me to call him just because of
Right.
everything that was going on, but it just stopped right then and
JFK and
there
I
that day.
talked.
Hold on, James. Let's
We
stay on the
talked about.
timeline. Let's stay on the
Yeah, I was
timeline.
staying. I was, but
let me just, and I don't mean to
I
be
was just
rude. I'm
going
just
to go
trying to,
ahead.
I got some questions, bro. So, so now, so now he gets arrested, right? And the family's in an uproar. They rip out the house. He's in DYS. This never happened to your family. You got a little baby in the house. Everybody's going crazy. What was the energy like in the house? Was, how'd you feel about it? Like, and you had to go to school, right? I mean, no, you was on vacation, but that, how was it like in the neighborhood when you left your house? Did you see these people? Like, what was people saying to you? Were they looking at you funny? People asking you questions when you went to the corner store? You had to go to Service Merchandise where you worked, right? And was he still working with you at that time?
Yeah, I had taken some time off just because of everything. And I can remember an incident where I had gone in and he was working the register and I had gone to the other one. And, another employee had come up to him and said, oh, don't worry, she's here and blah, blah, blah. And, you know,
So you guys were working in Service Merchandise during this space. How long were you working for during that space and time?
I ended up resigning shortly after that because it was just too awkward.
So you seen him in there and he wouldn't talk to you?
No,
So when you seen him, you guys are best friends and he won't talk to you.
no.
You didn't do anything.
Yo, that
Go ahead. I'll
that was
pass it
my
around the glove.
question.
I'll open up the questions. That was your question, James? Go ahead.
No, my question was, so who told you to stop talking to him? Because was it police? Was it
No,
authority? Was it
we already asked her that question. She said it just happened that way. She answered it already, James.
it just okay, so it just happened that way and
Yeah.
but yet you guys still work together. That must
Yeah.
have been
Yeah, I resigned
I mean,
shortly after.
they
It was
couldn't
just too awkward.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
JFK just said. You didn't do anything. I
right.
mean, from what it sounds like, your brother gets arrested. They must notify his family, and
Yeah.
say, listen, we have a potential suspect, or we think we found, that's what their move is next. They want to approach the family, the victim's family, and they want to say, hey, listen, we solved it. So I mean, I can see that it just that's devastating.
And even Service Merchandise, someone had changed the flyers to come to my parents' house to say like murderer on it instead of like the family name.
Oh, really?
And yeah, and I
Wait a minute. So
worked
at
there.
your
I
house,
knew how to, huh?
rewind that. Can you say that one more time? They did what?
They changed the flyers. Service Merchandise used to send out flyers, and we could go into the system and we could change names and change addresses and such right there at the store if you were an associate. And someone changed it to like murder on Boston Street, 74 Boston Street. And then it got sent to my parents and it had that on there. Um, you know, the reason I
That's
found out
crazy.
about it was the person who got fired for doing it. I had seen her a couple months after everything had happened, and she said, I just want to let you know, I didn't change it, I didn't do it. Someone used my ID, went in there and changed it, and I just wanted to let you know that I didn't do it and I'm sorry. And she had approached me because she had gotten a job at the store next to it, which was, I think, Star Market at the time. I think it's Shaw's now. And I had seen her because I had gone down to the store to get some stuff, and she just pulled me aside and she was crying and she just wanted to let me know that she wouldn't do that to my family. So,
So were they back in the house
Jeannie, is
shortly
that
after
on
that?
Beacon Street?
no, in Twin City and on
Oh,
28 in
Twin City, where the
Cambridge.
Marshalls is? Where the Marshalls
Yeah,
is now?
Marshall's is actually
Okay.
where Service Merchandise used to be. Yeah.
Yeah. So let
Oh
me
no
ask you this:
shit.
were they living with? So how long after Janet's death were the boys back in that house? Were they back in there? Did Paul move back in the house? Like, how'd that work? Was Kerry back in the house?
No, they never really went back there.
So you never seen them at that house after that? Who'd you see over there?
I don't. I think it was vacant for a while.
Really? Did you see
Yeah.
Adi? Did you see Adi after that by any chance? Like, look and see
Yeah, he
Adi?
used to drive around. We'd see him driving around. Carrie would come around, just walk and sit in front of the house.
Did you talk to Kerry? Kerry, did she talk to you?
No,
Did Janet own the house?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
she did. She and got it in the divorce.
So who would have been left to then? Who was the oldest at the time?
I was a kid at that point. I have no idea. I don't know who we got left to.
So you're working. So when do you think you resigned service merchandise? Would you say August, September, October? How long after you think?
Probably a month or two after.
And what was your family going through? Did you see your mother stressing out? Like
Yeah,
what was
everybody
what?
was on high stress. It was a very stressful time. Little kids at home.
Did
My
you go
grandfather
visit?
was sick. He was dying of cancer.
Right,
It was very stressful.
very stressful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your grandpops too.
Can
So
I? Oh, sorry.
let me just lay one more question. So when you
Yeah.
first, when's the first time you went to go visit Eddie in DYS? Do you remember what that was like?
I visited him in Cambridge. Yeah, at the jail, the old jail there in Cambridge. Um, it
That
was
was after though, right?
uh,
That was like what, like a year after?
I'm trying to remember. Oh God.
You didn't see him like in that space and time. Did you go up
Oh
to Plymouth?
yeah, there was like the plate. Yeah, there
Plymouth?
we did see him. I know my parents had taken us to see him at certain times.
Did you
Probably pretty shortly after.
did you talk to him and ask him questions? Did you want to know if it was true? Like when you asked him, so
No, you
Eddie,
don't ever talk on the phone. You don't say anything on the phone
well, I'm saying
because
when you went to go visit him face to face, did you ask him?
yeah, I mean we talked about it, but you know he's my brother. No matter what it is, I love him and
Right.
I'll support him.
I get it. But what I'm trying to say is he didn't say nothing for 2 weeks, right?
No, he didn't.
And did what now when he didn't so when it first initially happens, he's saying, "Hey, what are you talking about? I mean, this had
Yeah,
nothing to do with me." And then he's getting arrested for it. And then you find out 2 weeks later, he says, "I was in the house." Did you at that point? Did you at any point? And you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. At any point, did you think that was suspicious?
no, because I think he was a scared kid.
You thought that in 1995?
Yeah,
Okay. All right. So
I could
now he
tell if
get
someone was scared when I was 17. So
yeah.
Yeah.
well. What like so Eddie like so you thought that you bought the whole story. So did Eddie have a knife collection? Was he into knives?
I didn't buy a whole story. It is the story.
No, 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 no. I don't mean it like that. You know what I mean? Excuse me. I don't mean to say it
Yeah,
like that. Forgive me. I'm just
yeah,
saying, like at that in that moment in time, right? You know what I mean? Because you don't know what happened at that point. You know what I mean? You don't know the oddies and the like. All these things started coming to light after. At that particular time, nobody really knew what happened, right? And Eddie didn't say he was in the house, and then 2 weeks later, he says he
right,
was in the house. It kind of like whatever was going on with their political ways of this juvenile setup or whatever, like he was falling into that pocket by not saying anything, right? Like
correct.
right. So that's what I'm saying. So forgive me if if it came off wrong because I'm not trying to say he did anything. I'm just saying at that point, that's what made it so fishy, especially with the papers. They get to run with that story, right? He said he wasn't there. Now he's saying he was there, and it makes him look guilty, right? I mean,
They'll
that's
put
what it did.
whatever they want in the papers. I haven't watched the news since then. They will print and put whatever they want to make their story. You know, again, I don't watch the news. I haven't watched the news in 30 years because of it.
Yeah. So now Eddie is in DYS, and now comes Christmas time, right? You find out that he's getting bailed out, right? That
Mhm.
December of 1995. So now your whole house, the little baby now is about 4 months, right?
Yeah.
Your 2-year-old, you got a 2-year-old in the house. It's
Megan's
who?
the baby. Mary's the 2-year-old. Yeah.
So who was the birthday? The birthday was right around that time too, right? There was a birthday,
What month was it?
December 22nd.
Yeah, that's Mary's birthday. Yeah.
So Mary's birthday on December 22nd.
Yeah.
Wow. So December 22nd, how old's Mary at that time?
She's probably two
So
or two or
she's
three.
so
Yeah.
she's turning 2 years old. December 22nd, you find out that Eddie's coming home,
Hmm.
right? Do you remember this space and time? Do you remember
I
any of
do.
this?
I
So
do.
he's coming home. Your dad says he's leaving. He ain't even grabbing the Christmas tree. He's gonna wait until Eddie gets there so we all can decorate this crazy Christmas tree together.
Yeah.
And then he's coming home, and then you find out that they pulled the plug on it and it's not happening. What was that like?
It was stressful. It was disappointing. It just seemed that no matter what the prosecution filed, it would always go in their favor, even if it wasn't legit. It really put a damper on the holidays that year. My parents tried to do the best they could. They got little kids at home,
Yeah. So where did you end up getting a job after that?
God, where did I work after that? I ended up working at a bank in Somerville, Windtail Federal Savings.
Okay. And still no contact with these people. You never seen them, never heard from them. How about
Not
like
since,
Michelle? How about Michelle? Was you still cool with Michelle?
yeah, we still talked. Yeah.
And did Michelle talk to Paul by any chance? Like, did you like get like information from your friends behind, through your other friends?
Not really. I don't think she really. I think she talked to him like here or there. I know that they don't talk now. I don't know if how much they talked before. Not really.
Okay. And so here we go. So now your father got to get all this money up, right?
Hmm.
Before I go any further, let me swing it around the room. Anybody got any questions? Kevy, James, Jay?
Not at the moment.
Well, I mean, the oldest. I mean, I hate to bring it back a little bit, but we're getting ready to get into like say like the court cases, and then you go into court, and the older sister, Paul's older sister, um, she was always off and running. Um, my question is like, was she a did she attend all the court hearings? Was she involved as much as the two brothers? And let's say for Janet's family, who was more like at every single court date? And were you there for your brother?
Yeah, I was there for most of them. Yeah.
Yep.
Um, I
Was
Erin
was
was there, Brian was there, Paul was there. I believe
was
Carrie was there, but I don't think Carrie was there at all of them. Hmm.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
when you found out your brother was getting tried as an adult, right? They're having these transfer hearings. Did the DA ever come to your house? Did the police were the police like around your house? Were you getting any pushback from the police or anything like that by any chance?
If we were, my parents would have shielded us from it. So I don't remember that.
And your dad, he seems like a very outspoken city guy. I'm sure that he was going head to head with everybody who was saying something different about his
Mhm.
son, right?
I
So
mean, you got to think we had news people on our porch in our backyard. I
mm,
couldn't even go to my car without getting attacked.
Yeah.
Oh, we know what that's like.
nah, I don't know what that's like for murder. I don't. I really don't. To be honest
Not
with
for
you.
murder, but I know what it's like for the news to be outside your house,
Yeah,
and
but
you're
but
just trying to live your life.
so your dad is you're dealing with all that, and so so that went on for what, 2 years? They're still like hanging around your house trying to ask you questions, right?
Yeah, it went on for a long time. Yeah.
So now he goes to a transfer hearing. You think he's going to get bailed out? He doesn't. He goes to the transfer hearing. Dad gets a lawyer, pays all this money. Do you remember this lawyer? What was his name? Rob George.
Bob George. Yeah.
Bob George. What was he like? Do you remember his? Do you remember him? Did you ever have a conversation with him, or did you ever like
Yeah.
what was your take on him?
I think he was a hustler.
Yeah, there he was. And so your dad paid a lot of money for this guy, and this guy never put on a defense. So like at that point, you know the story, right? Eddie says the real story, what happens. I got jumped. I didn't do this. And when did you find out the ins and outs of the DNA? And let's stay there for a second. So now they're saying that Eddie's blood was on. If you could speak to this, and I know this is a lot for you, Jeannie, and I'm
Yeah.
and I appreciate you being here, but I just want your take on this, and maybe you could clarify some things if you can. So they're saying Eddie's blood, right, was in the house, and what was on a dress downstairs or something like that. How do you think? and they're saying that it was his blood. Like, how do you think that blood got there? Was that Eddie's blood, or what was the rebuttal for it, like in trial? Because we didn't see the trial, and so what was like, and I know that his lawyer never put on a defense. So what was the rebuttal? That was it planted there by the CPAC unit, the state police? Was that the rebuttal? Like, or like what is the explanation for that blood in the house? If you could speak to it.
Yeah, I don't know if I can speak to that because of everything that's going to be filed and coming up.
Right, right. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just trying to understand that part.
Yeah,
But then you found out we could speak to this. Then you find out there's DNA underneath the fingernail and there's a clump of hair, and they did run that DNA to Eddie, and it came back that it's not his DNA. Am I correct? That's what happened.
correct.
So when you found that out, you're thinking, "Hey, this is good, right?" And then it come to find out it. So what happened in court? He just never brought that up to the. So when you're sitting there in court in trial in 1997, and he's going to trial, you know that you have this smoking gun of this DNA, right? I would assume so, right? Now you're starting to learn how this goes, right? And you're like, well, this is the smoking gun, and they never present it. What was
Right.
your take on that? At that point, you're like 19 years old, 20 years old. What was your take on that?
That, Ed's lawyer failed to put on a proper defense and make the correct arguments, and he just laid down, and he didn't do what he was supposed to do. He didn't represent his client.
And what do you feel about Thomas Riley, the DA back then?
He's a liar. He'll say whatever he wants. He's changed his view of the case 10 different times. He changes words to make it sound like it's something else than what it really is.
Can you give us an example on what he changed?
Saying the blood evidence is inconclusive, that Ed can't be excluded when he was.
Yeah, that's a big one right there.
Yeah.
What on the blood evidence?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just he will say whatever he says so that he gets a win. He was running for attorney general. That was what he had to do. His office had screwed up the nanny case a few months before, and he had to make this case.
The nanny case, the nan who shook the baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he was taking that case too, huh? That was in Middlesex.
That was out of his office. Yeah.
Now let's talk about that real quick, right? Because let's go all the way back. So that was a couple of months prior to his case going to trial, right?
Yeah. Ed was actually in a cell next to Louise Woodward. Yeah.
She was what do they call it? They called it an au pair, right? Or something like that?
Yeah, an au pair, yeah.
Yeah, so she shook the baby, but she got found guilty, right? But the judge, did she get found guilty? The judge did something, right? The judge stepped in and let her go, right?
I don't remember. I had so much going on at that point. I don't.
Yeah, I think something happened to where she got found guilty or something like that, and the judge, like it's under the judge's discretion to like overturn
served or something,
Yeah, and he did something, and she got released. Mm-hmm. So that's how he lost, right? So, but Thomas Riley, the DA, the actual DA in Middlesex County, tried your brother's case.
He did, which is kind of weird. Usually they, have the assistant DAs do all that,
And what was he like when you went to court and you seen him to
Jay,
your parents?
I got.
You got what?
Can you hear me? I'm gonna leave. I gotta take off. I just wanted to ask one question to Jeannie. And Jeannie, I appreciate you coming up here and speaking. I mean, that's awesome. Has anyone else tried to cover this case and speak for your brother aside from JFK? Has anyone tried to shed light on this case or bring awareness to it?
People have said
That's basically
and reached out to my parents and said they would do it, and they never followed through.
Awesome.
Well, it was great meeting you, and I'm sure we'll speak again. I'm having technical difficulties in here, so I will speak to you guys soon. And it was great seeing you tonight, Jeannie. Thank you for coming up. J.F.K.
All right.
Kevin,
be safe, brother.
Jay,
Peace,
I'll speak to you soon.
All right, bro.
Yes, sir.
James Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. James
God
Jackson,
damn.
always on the go. He needs to fix that Cessna, man. A Cessna, he needs a new engine for that thing or something. But yeah, so when you go to court, Tom Riley's there. Was he like a big shot, acting like he was a tough guy? Like, what was his demeanor like, if that makes any
Oh
sense?
yeah. Oh yeah. He thought he was Mr. Big Guy. You know, I don't know how somebody lives with themselves after railroading someone, because I would never do that to someone. Um, how do you live your life without guilt? And how do you do that to someone and, just pick up the pieces and go, My brother's a poor 15-year-old kid in jail for something he didn't do, and you don't care. And you don't take any remorse to it.
Yep.
You got any questions, Gabby Kev?
I just, I mean, I will say this, I appreciate you coming up here too, because, we're touching on a lot of emotions. We're touching on, these memories that, we've like to put in the past a little bit, and I just, it takes a lot for someone to go to revision and revisit this. And, I want to thank you because,
I
it's
appreciate
you
that.
you were at a younger age. Um, the clicks were close, and you seen how things changed. I mean, it affected you, it affected your family, and I mean, it's just it's a tragedy that you know this it unfolded the way it did, and I just it's you brought a lot of light to a few things that I've been asking myself. um you know I my one thing that I was stuck on a little bit was the older sister. I regardless, I mean, if she had some addictions or anything like that, but I mean, she's the firstborn. Whether she had some a troubled health conditions, or you know um I would hope that she would be there for her mother 100%. you know and you know maybe shedding that light that you didn't see her there a couple of times. It's just tough. I mean, that's
Tracy says Gina and Paul had no shirt on. Gina said Paul had. This is a super chat. If you don't know what this is, it's just a highlighted question. So Tracy asked you if you can answer this. She said Gina said Paul had no shirt on and gave him one to wear when they got back from the beach. Does Jeannie remember what Paul did with his t-shirt and sneakers, etc., on the ride back?
They were in his backpack in the back of Michelle's car.
And Lisa McDonald comes in and she asks you, did Paul Jr. always carry a knife? And what did he have one why did he have one in the backpack that night? Can you speak to that?
I don't know why he had one.
So he had so there was a backpack with a knife. In that backpack there was a knife?
yes.
Yeah, that's what the police found. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how'd they get the backpack? Can you speak to that? Because
They went down to Michelle's house and got it out of her trunk.
So
he had
he left that backpack in that
in the
trunk,
trunk.
and never retrieved it.
Right.
And there was a knife in the trunk in the back. So can you tell us what was in that backpack to make it 100%? What was
I
in there?
believe it was a T-shirt, a knife, and his shoes.
Okay. EPAG says, thank you, Jeannie. She's the glue that closes a lot of gaps. Nancy Horner says, JFK, what if Paul saw someone in the house with Janet when he went in before the beach that he did not like being there, which would give him concern for his mother's safety? What if? You're right, Nancy. Does she know what Paul's boyfriend looked like? We already asked that question. JFK always keeping it real. Thank you. Anybody got any more questions? So let me just let me ask a couple more questions if you don't mind.
Okay.
So now we know Thomas Riley was the DA. We know that they ran the DNA, right? The DNA doesn't come back. Like, so when did you guys find that out in 1995, in 1997 that they ran? When did you find out they ran the DNA and that it didn't come back to Eddie? Was that something they slid underneath your nose? Like, when did you guys find that out? Or Eddie for that
Yeah.
matter.
I don't recall when we found that out. I'll be honest. I don't know.
Was it after he got found guilty, or was it during the trial that you knew about this? You don't
I don't
remember?
know. I wasn't really, I was only 17. I wasn't really involved in that at that point, you know?
So when you went to court, you seen Ryan, you seen Paul, you seen Kerry, you seen the family. What was that like? Like seeing them in the same space? Was it like the same as service merchandise? Nobody's talking to each other.
Yeah, it was kind of nerve-wracking, you know, someone that you loved and it was in your life, your whole life pretty much, and now you're just, I guess bad word for it, but like enemies, the DA split everybody and you know filled their head with things that weren't true, and I love them, and Janet, we love Janet, but you know what? It's like it I got to put myself, if I put myself in their shoes and I was being told that about my mom, I would probably believe it because I would have probably believed the DA back then.
Let me ask
But
you. Let me.
now,
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, but now that, there's nothing you can do about it, it's life. Life, you got to live life and move on. So,
Let me ask you this. What would you like to see happen right now? If you could contact somebody right now, let's just say you could contact the highest courts right now. You had the power. What would you want them to do to exonerate your brother? What would exonerate your brother right now? What is it that we need to know?
test the blood evidence, put it against everything that's at the scene and prove, figure out whose blood is under her fingernails and figure
So it was
out,
so it was blood under her fingernails. That was the
or,
DNA
or the
blood.
DNA that was under her fingernails. Sorry,
Yeah.
test all the evidence that was taken.
Yeah.
So there was a clump of hair in her hand too, right? Am I correct?
Correct. Yeah.
That's crazy.
And
That's
for that for that to not be tested, um,
but it
'cause-
was tested. It was tested against Eddie, and it wasn't Eddie's.
Right. He was excluded.
So that's it.
Yeah.
why not?
That's see. This is what I always say. I just want to be clear. If you watch any of our shows going forward, Jeannie, and I'll let you take the mic after.
Yeah.
That's my thing. I want to be clear and let everybody know where I stand with this situation. On a legal standpoint, my thing is this, and I talk to a lot of people, that are like Eddie, that've been behind the walls. I know a lot of these guys, and we all say the same thing with the appellate court. You have to convince a judge to get over the fact that he didn't say something for 2 weeks, right? That's like the main thing, right? And it's simple, right? He was afraid, whatever it might be. He has to convince all them. That the DNA, you got to get past that, right? To get the DNA tested. And I think
Right.
that's the reason. And I'm happy what he did. He was smart at what he did because he's got 30 years in. It makes more of a softer landing. Like, well, what do you got to lose? If anything, he did do his time, right? Even though I don't know if 30 years matches what happened to Janet. If he was allegedly the killer, I don't know. That's up to who, that's any. I don't know. That's an opinion, right? Some people say he did his time. Some people say he should rot in jail if that's the case. But it's still 30 years. It's not 3 months. It's not 3 years. It's not 5 years. It's 30. So it kind of makes it a soft landing to make a judge say, well, hey, he's been saying this for 30 years. Let's just run this fucking DNA, right? So I'm happy that he waited this long. Unfortunately, he lost all this time. But I think that's the only way that it was going to get let in, is to put some time in to kind of have something to stand on. You know what I mean? And I think that's his approach. But he's going to have to convince them with everything he got against them to just overlook that, to look at that. And let's be clear, that's what we're up against, and the more awareness we speak on this, we never know who's watching. They could turn around and say, hey, you know what? Let's just run the DNA. What do we got to lose, right? So I just want to be clear about that, if that makes any sense. Because
And people that are proclaiming their innocence, why are they refusing to give more DNA? You know,
right,
that's
Exactly.
been,
right.
Exactly.
if you're
So
innocent, why won't you provide it?
Now, I just got one quick question. I mean, we mentioned the hair. Um, at that time, I mean, I know we're talking about 3 decades ago, which is a long time. But did you see anybody change their hairstyle in some fashion? You know, I
Not
mean,
something I looked for. I
yeah,
don't
I know
remember,
it's
you
tough
know.
to say. I mean, I'm thinking, um, the Paul, he didn't have long hair. Was his
I
hair
didn't
long?
really see him after that. I mean,
Yeah,
I haven't seen him in person in
now, what
15,
about
20 years, you know.
yeah.
what about
Not
this
since
thing?
the,
Well, I mean, the night, that night. I mean, how was Paul's hair? I mean, did he have long hair? Was it thick?
no,
Yeah,
it's
that's a good question.
normal, no, normal, couple inches. You know,
This-
it wasn't really short. It wasn't really long.
Could
You
What
someone
know,
about
grab
size.
a
what about the
could someone
sister?
grab a clump of it?
On the top, probably, yeah, because it was longer, a little bit longer on
Yeah.
the
What
top.
about the sister? Did she have long hair?
Yeah, both of his sisters had long hair.
Were they
Yeah.
all? Did they all have the same color hair?
No,
Jay, you want to say anything, Jay?
No, I'm good right now.
So let me say this. So what was up with the situation? And obviously this happened after you probably found out about this, like we out about this, and if it's true or not. And can you just tell me a yes or no if you can? They said that Adi drew on a piece of paper a knife and a jack o' lantern when he was describing the situation with a funny face, and they're saying that Eddie ran down the street and like, what was up with the smile? Why would they? Do you have any idea why the DA was so fixated on this smile that Eddie supposedly had, the smirk, the way he smiled, and Adi allegedly drew a jack o' lantern? Do you remember that?
I don't know. I can't speak to that. I don't know. But you got to remember where they're saying that they seen Ed is a far distance. So I don't even know how you'd see a smirk or see a smile on someone's face
Right. Yeah. And
from the
yeah.
beginning
So
of the street down to that. And it was dark at that point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you so Eddie goes to jail, right? He's in there, and obviously you talk to Eddie every day or every month, or how's your relationship with him now?
Yeah, he calls me. Yeah.
And so he's going finally forward with this appeal. He never did it before. He filed the appeal within 60 days, when it first happened, but he's finally going for it. We're gonna try to. I have one of my mods, What the Duck. She's in here right now, Natalie. She's gonna reach out to your dad. We're gonna create like a fundraiser or something like that. Try to help him out. We have a lawyer named Nan Gallagher. I don't know if your dad told you. She's actually a New Jersey lawyer, but she's about to be licensed in Massachusetts. Very good lawyer. She says she wants to look into this case. So we're trying to get the wheel turning with it. But it's such a tough case when it comes to the brutality of what happened to Janet. And not saying that any murder is better than any murder, right? Or so, but this was like a slaughter, right? And it's just tough when you think about it, when you talk about it, and so we're trying to get all the facts. So with that being said, he's been in jail 30 years now. If you can, what do you think happened that night? And if you could speak to it, just your theory. What do you think happened?
I don't really know if I can speak to that because I know things. Yeah, I don't really want to get into that, to be
That's fine.
honest.
That's fine. That's fine. But
Yeah,
you know for a fact in your heart, you know for a fact that your brother did not do this.
I know he didn't do it. Yep.
Okay. And
And I've had conversations with him when I've gone to visit him. We've talked about it, and I believe I believe him 100%. I know he didn't do this.
Yeah. Now, there's been a couple questions in the chat. I just want to quickly ask you, the two brothers, Janet's sons, were they identical twins?
No, they were not
Okay.
fraternal.
Did you hear Paul when he was on a podcast recently? Well, not recently, 10 years ago. Just time flies. He was on a podcast talking about when they changed the law that Eddie could get out. Did you ever hear that?
No.
Yeah. Well, he actually said that it was a travesty for him getting out and his family, and he shouldn't get out and this and that. I think that's probably the only time that I could find him speaking. So they don't live in that. Do you know they live in that area? Do you know where they are right now? Them
I
guys?
have no idea. No.
Life goes
I
on, huh?
heard Paul is in the
Yeah.
West Coast.
Yeah.
Paul's in the West Coast.
I'm not like a Facebook stalker. I don't check them. I don't, you know what I mean? Life goes on. It's
Yeah. So speaking of that, so after this, so for 30 years you've been putting up with this, right? What would you say about Adi? Because people are saying that's what Adi does. He's a Facebook stalker. Have you been stalked by Adi? Has he been saying bad things? Like who's been saying? If Paul hasn't been saying anything on Facebook, has he? Ryan, no. But this guy Adi, he seems like the guy who's kind of like he showed up at the parole hearing. You seen him at the parole hearing, Adi?
mhm. He definitely is on Facebook. He has multiple accounts. He harasses my family with them. Um, I blocked him. My sisters have blocked him. He makes comments on their page on things that they post. I don't know if he's done it recently, but he has in the past. For someone that feels that he's innocent, why does he have to harass people? And why won't he give his DNA,
So they don't have so Margot said that they have his DNA. So are you under the impression they don't have his DNA?
Well, they have it, but they never tested it.
Right, right, right.
But if we could run our own tests on it. So, but he refuses
Oh,
to
you
give
can
a
run
sample.
so you can run your own test of what you have under her fingernails to him.
Well, no, I mean, if he gave a sample, then we'd have that on file to run against whatever they've tested already. They
And
could run
and
it and do genetic testing on it.
and that's a question that I'm not familiar with. So does that have to be a judge order, or how do you go about getting
Yeah,
that ran legally
that's above my
against?
pay grade.
Yeah, that's
No,
I think that got to be a
from,
judge order thing.
from
Yeah.
my understanding, because we had Adi in the chat. We've had him on stage, and he kind of combated the whole. Well, they have my DNA, but we asked him if he got a mouth swab, and he said no. And then he said that they took a blood sample. So I mean, they can compare that blood sample to a blood type, and that's
Correct.
what we kind of got out of it.
Okay, it is a judge
More
order.
as we got more into the conversation with the being a little combative about he said that he had to take a swab because he found a son that he didn't know about, and
Are you guys aware of that? Are you aware of
he
that on
was
his part? So I'm sorry for cutting you off, Kev. So let's be clear. Let's be clear what Kev is saying. Are you guys aware that he just found out last year he had a son and he took DNA?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, now
My
you know.
my parents might know, but I don't know.
Well, I'm
I
just
don't
letting you
think we
know.
brought that up to your parents the other
Yeah.
night,
Yeah.
but he, I mean, maybe it could have been through like an ancestry.com or whatnot, but he had to take that test.
Let me just stop you right there, Kevin. And I know everybody's gonna kill me. JFK's cutting off Kevy
Yeah,
Kev.
hey, he's the boss. Hey, he's the
No.
boss, people.
Hold on. No, we're 1 minute and we're 1 hour and 58 minutes in. I'm watching the clock. I don't want to hold this poor lady much. She's answering all these questions. We're not detectives. I want to give you guys the best content, but I don't want to drill her with questions. So I don't want to keep her any longer. So be clear. But let me just say, Nan's in the chat, right? And I want to drop this. Nan, if someone did an ancestry test, okay, an ancestry test, how do they go? How can you go retrieve that? If it's, you know what I mean? Like, because that's something that can bite you in the ass. I'm sure plenty of detectives figured out ways to get DNA through that to put people to crime. So how do you end up doing that? If Nan's in the chat, go ahead, Kevy Kev, take the mic. I'm sorry, bro.
No, I mean, I just, and I, for him to say that, I'm under the impression now that he has taken a mouth swab, which is more accurate, than the blood type. They can still do an analysis over the blood type, but I don't think you're going to get that the gene that the word I'm looking for, but it's much more accurate with that mouth swab,
Well, things are much more accurate. It's 30 years later. There's
Exactly.
much better testing than there was 30 years ago.
Right.
Exactly.
So let me ask you this: I don't know if you can answer this, but now you know what? It's probably not even a good question because my question would be: let me ask
Nan answered the
Did she?
Yeah, she just, let's see here.
Oh, she said right here. She said, "I got it." Hold on, damn.
Go ahead. Yeah,
what
it's
the hell
moving
just happened?
fast. Yes, law enforcement can retrieve it from a DNA ancestry clearinghouse. It is accessible. That's how they caught Brian Kohlberger.
Wow.
Probably need a court order, though,
Okay. Well, hey.
What do you need to do to get a court order?
Well, we're gonna have to ask. We're gonna have to ask the other big time lawyer. His name is Eddie Jr. Up in Ghana. I'm pretty sure he knows how.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
Tell us what we got to do, Eddie.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's what we got out of him, out of Adi. He admitted that he had DNA and he found his son. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there you go. I mean, if you're looking for some new and improved DNA, he just recently submitted it. You do not hold on a minute. You do not hold on a minute. We got turbulence in the chat, people. Hold on a minute. Hold
God
on.
damn, Nan.
We got turbulence in the chat.
That's great to hear.
God damn, Jay.
Yeah, let's take them back. Yeah.
Yo. Summer of 1995, hot night in July, why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your...
Do we know any law enforcement in the house?
Having a subpoena is helpful, but you do not need a court order. But law enforcement has to obtain it. Well, Nan, like I said, Nan Gallagher is going to be licensed very soon in Massachusetts. And I'm sure she's going to go to a place called Gardner, Massachusetts that has a little prison over there. And there's a guy over there. His name's EDDIE OBrien Jr. He's been there for, he's been in prison for 30 years. She's going to go see him. She's going to talk to him. They're going to eat honey buns, Pepsi, whatever the fuck they got in that goddamn rec room. I don't know. And guess what? I don't want to know. But, And she's going to talk to him. So I'm sure two great minds get together. We're going to figure this out, right? Because at the end of the day, all we want is the DNA ran. That's it. I mean, I think that's fair. I think that, a guy's been saying this for 30 years, run the DNA, and we seen what happened.
Nan said she'll head to Gardner.
Ooh.
God damn, Nan.
There you go, Eddie Jr. and Big Ed. And she's a firecracker too. She's a great person, Jeannie. She's a friend of mine. Very.
I think she said she'll do it pro bono too.
My brother is not a junior. He's
he's not
Edward
a
Shannon. My brother's Edward Shannon O'Brien. My father's Edward Peter O'Brien. Just so you know.
Okay. All right. All right. So we know. Well, I mean, we'll just call. I mean, I don't.
She said she'd like to have a slice of pizza with Eddie.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I don't know if they got pizza up in Gardner, man. I don't know. They might. I mean,
They got burgers, they got chicken,
uh,
they got a machine that has all kinds of stuff.
yeah. Yeah. That's awesome.
You
Well,
need
Hey,
to you need to bring money to put on a card.
JFK likes pizza too. I think that's what she was getting at.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. You
man.
like that pizza
Yeah.
from East, from the Boston
Look,
pizza.
Pizzeria
oh, look at this.
Regino.
Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Listen, we do a thing. We play a lot of music on here. So if you hear the music, the screen goes up and a graphic pops up and you hear music. And this is one of them times, Jeannie, because this right here is breaking news. We got breaking news right here. Law Inferno. Our girl, Ferio. Our girl, she's on fire. She goes by the name of Nan Gallagher. I have a special friend in New England, and I'm there often. I will do this pro bono. God damn. What are we talking about here? Kevy Kev.
Let's go, people.
Nan Gallagher's going to do a pro bono, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. She's going to expect a visit, Eddie, up there in Gardner.
I just wanna chill and twist the lie. Catch stunts in my 745.
Yes.
You drive me crazy, shorty.
Man.
I need to see you and feel you next to me. I'll provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't want.
We're working too. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's some great news right there. So you got someone in Eddie's corner, another part of the legal team, and I'm curious to see what comes out of this because she's a pipple. And what I heard about your brother, I heard he's in that law library every day. He lives in there. He's got a bed in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So in closing, I appreciate you coming on here, speaking to what you could speak to, and I'm sorry, I'm R.I.P. to Janet Downing. I'm sure that's your friend's mother at the end of the day, and it's such a tough situation because I'm sure you want justice for Janet, right?
Absolutely. And that's all we've ever wanted, find the person that really did it, and she deserves that.
She does. And you lost, you didn't lose your brother. Your brother's here, let's be clear, but still, your brother, he lost his freedom. And in having a brother incarcerated from DYS and growing in the system, that wasn't on the, this wasn't in the cards, but it is what it is. And, and I'm sorry that your family had to go through that. And I'm glad that you guys, I love the fact that your mother and your father are still together. I love the fact how tight your family is.
Since they were 16, yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing. We could all learn from your parents for sure. And
strong Irish parents you got there.
And I think Eddie deserves a shot. This was in his cards, right? And maybe this is God's plan. I know that might sound silly, someone in jail for 30 years or whatever, how long it takes for him to come home. But hey, maybe this is his plan to come out. Maybe he's got a greater good. We don't know. This is the way it goes. And you guys are, have faith, and you guys been in Catholic school your whole lives, so right? Sometimes it is what it is, and we're here now. That's all I know. I'm here for it. You're here for it. We're all here for it. I don't know. I just want to see that DNA ran. I want to see Eddie get exonerated. I want to see whose DNA it is. That's what I want to see.
That's right.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Jeannie, I appreciate you. You come up anytime, hang out with us if you want. You know, we just hang
Thank
out,
you.
we play. You know, we act like it's 1994 on the porch again on a live stream. So come out and hang out with us anytime. We'll take you back to the times. We'll play the music and all that classic rock. We got a crazy playlist for sure.
Bedtime magic. We even do a bedtime magic.
Yeah, but I appreciate you, Jeannie, and you want to say anything to the chat? You got 438 people watching, and you got a lot of people supporting. You want to say anything to them?
No, it's just my brother, really. He's kept the faith over the years, and, you know, we believe in his cause, and we just hope that we get there someday and he gets out and he can have a normal life like everybody, because he deserves it and he should have it.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Jeannie, I appreciate you coming up here. And, you know, if we're going to keep, you know, peeling back the layers, I'd love to have you back. You know, if you have any other questions, come up, talk to the chat. They would love to see you again. But I appreciate you coming here tonight, and God bless you and God bless your family.
Thank you.
We'll talk soon. Okay, Jeannie?
All right. Thank you.
Peace and love, girl.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Jeannie, ladies and gentlemen. Jeannie. Nan Gallagher dropped the bomb. And with that being said, we got to play Nan Gallagher's song. Nan, you're the greatest. Let's go.
You're the best, man.
I just wanna chill and twist the lie, catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, babe. Girl, hey, it's easy to love me now. Hey, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and
If I got locked up,
to
say
a quarter
what?
century, could I count on you to be there to support me mentally? If I went back to a hoop,
You could count on Nan to be there for you mentally, for sure. Eddie O'Brien, you're going to have a visit at Ghana.
a hoop deep from a Benz, would you poof and disappear like some of my friends? If I was hit and I was hurt, would you be by my side? If it was time to put in work, would you be down to ride? I get out and peel a brother cap, chill and dry. I'm asking questions to find out how you feel inside. If I ain't rap cause I flip burgers at Burger King, would you be ashamed to tell your friends you're feeling me? In the bed, if I use my tongue, would you like that? If I wrote you a love letter, would you write back? Now we could have a little drink, you know, a nightcap, and we could go do what you like. I know you like that. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Woo, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you love for me? Now would you leave me if your father found out I was thugging? Do you believe me when I tell you you the one I'm loving? Are you mad cause I'm asking you 21 questions? Are you my soulmate? Cause if so, girl, you a blessing. Do you trust me enough to tell me your dreams? I'm staring at you trying to figure how you got in them jeans. If I was down, would you say things to make me smile? I'll treat you how you wanna be treated, just teach me how. If I was with some other chick and someone happened to see, and when you asked me about it, I said it wasn't me, would you believe me or up and leave me? How deep is our bond if that's all it takes for you to be gone? We only humans, girl, we make mistakes to make it up, I'll do whatever it takes. I love you like a fat kid love cake. You know my style, I say anything to make you smile. Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh no, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? Could you love me in a Bentley? Could you love me on a bus? I'll ask 21 questions, and they all about us. Could you love me in a Bentley? Could you love me on a bus? I'll ask 21 questions, and they all about us.
So Eddie was watching. Eddie's been watching since 9:25. He has to lock it in at 9:25. But shoot informants and not drugs, says maybe we can have an earlier show next week so Eddie can lock in here for a few hours and listen. For sure, we definitely could do that. Definitely get something going, for sure. But yeah, man. So how we feeling, Jay? I'll swing it to you, Jay. You've been behind the scenes. You've been putting this all together. Everybody, peace signs up for Jason Brilliant. He's been behind the scenes, getting the guests, booking the guests, getting it all together, and doing that so JFK can handle doing some homework. And it's coming together. How do you feel, Jay?
I feel like we're accomplishing something, to be honest with you.
Same here.
That's awesome.
Same here. I think we are peeling back the layers. You know, we're starting to see a little flaws, man. Some flaws with, just, people that has been speaking on it, one in particular. Yeah, I can't get this fucking kitty thing out of my head, man.
Yeah, me either.
There's a big difference between a fucking cat and a dog, man. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck where you're from.
It's a huge difference.
You know what I'm saying?
But I also got a few other things in the works. JFK already knows about it. I'm working.
Oh, you're working too.
I literally messaged a lot of people waiting for responses. Hopefully I'll get them. I think they may be in the chat. So if you are out there, check your messenger.
What the Duck making it rain with 5 JFK memberships. Everybody, peace signs up for What the Duck, Natalie, making changes, our boy Norman Corey, all our mods, EPAGs, Becky. I got to throw them some wrenches too. But yeah, What the Duck, she's always working hard. And Freebird coming with gifted 20 JFK memberships. Freebird, it's funny that you said that quote, that a tide rises all boats. That's a familiar quote, huh?
God damn.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty familiar quote. I just recently got a quote like that. I'll just leave it at that. We love you, Nan. She's been a member for 1 month. Damn, free Kelsey gifted 10 JFK memberships. Holy shit. Another great interview, North Shore 86. Tentacles.
That's right.
Sure.
The tentacles.
I love What the Duck. She's good people. She's great people. She really is. Natalie D loves.
I was gonna say, man. I mean, I know I said this, when she was up there, but as we ask these questions, and it really brings up, an emotional time. It brings up some crazy memories, and you could see it in Eddie's sister that she just wants justice all around. She misses her brother, and you can see it. It's a shame how, the politics played a big part in this case, from a very, very, right off Jump Street, man. It seems like, they were pushing a narrative, and there was some.
And keep in mind, right? I just want to add to that about pushing the narrative. Keep in mind that Thomas Riley showed up to the scene with the CPAC unit. And keep in mind, right at the hospital, because me and Brilliant was talking earlier, right? And we were saying, are we saying they planted the blood? Is that what we're saying? Because it's possible that they did, right? I mean, it's not like they didn't plant 42 pieces of taillight, allegedly, right? So what I'm saying is, I'll let you take it. But what I'm saying is that Tom Riley was at the scene And and at that space and time when they gave blood at the hospital of the Stadies took his blood at the hospital. So they had his blood. You know what I'm saying? And then on the scene, Tom Riley's there. So and you see how corrupt he was. He stopped the bail. He didn't say exclude. He said it didn't exclude him when it did exclude him. Like
And didn't test no one else.
he didn't test nobody else. So did he plant the blood? Like see, that's we're trying to understand. They can't talk about with their appeal, they can't talk about what they're going with, right? They don't want to give up their game plan. But Jimmy T from Lynn said he never heard of anybody. This is what Jimmy T told me. He made a good point. He said he never heard anybody not wanting to talk about their case that got found guilty. You would think they want to talk about it and scream at the rooftops. He said it really doesn't matter, Jimmy said, about the appeal, them being quiet on it, because as soon as they file it, it's all going to be public anyway. So that's Jimmy's take on it. You know what I mean?
Just think of how big it was then. Imagine how big it's gonna be if it comes back out.
Oh, it is coming back out because he sees parole. He sees they denied his parole for 5 years. So regardless, that it's already been a year. So in 4 years, we all know we're all older now. 4
Right.
years is not a long time. So we're gonna be here, right? So I mean, in 4 years, regardless, he's coming around the mountain with the parole again, right? And then on top of that, it's gonna be in motion with the appeal. Now you got Nan Gallagher, the Pitbull, involved, and you have social media involved to continue to talk about it. So it's going to be a little different now.
Yep, you're right.
You know, one thing last night that I picked up on is Eddie Senior. He reminded us that they took a lot of blood from Eddie.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I keep doing this to you. Shooter said, nah, and 18 months he sees parole. So, boom, it only got pushed for 3 years, I take it. Go ahead.
I think they said 6 vials, Kevy.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a lot of blood now. So I'm sure they have that blood on deck. You know what I'm saying? And they also made a good point where, I remember his mother speaking on how when things were getting tested, they were either going down to Quantico or one of those facilities. They weren't even aware of it at first, and then when they're notified of it, it didn't even go down. Like they had filed filed some paperwork to send his blood out to be tested, and then it never even went out on the proper time. That was another thing that I just and then the second time they did it, it was 6 or 7 months or something like that before they heard anything back. There was just a few little loops in that, some curveballs that I guess that's how it works a little bit too. I mean, we've seen a little bit of that in the Karen Reed case, but is it a stall tactic? Is it a tampering tactic? The chain of custody, all that stuff needs to be brought up.
That's the main thing, the chain of custody.
And
absolutely,
to see how it was, piecemealed out. It'd be nice to know the chain of custody from that hospital drawing that CPAC or whatever took. What was that chain of custody? Because once again, we've seen, in real time, we seen, shit get real fluky over with the with the Canton police and the Massachusetts State Police. I mean, that's it's just something that should be looked at. I mean, 3 decades ago, yeah. I mean, you ain't got the public pushing that. You ain't got the public, questioning the investigation on let's say the Massachusetts State Police.
Just imagine though. Just imagine though, right? You get this lawyer. You pay 107. What do you say? 200 grand to basically to this guy.
170,000.
Yeah,
170.
170.
This lawyer is telling you, don't worry about it, and telling them to be quiet. And who could they turn to back then in '95? Nobody wanted. I mean, '95 to '97, like there was
And he was
no
coming in
obvious.
with his Z Cavaricis, and he's
Obviously, there was
probably all flashy.
obviously there was no obviously there was no social media. We all know that. But what I mean is like who could they turn to tell their story, right? Like so. The lawyer's like, don't worry about it. I got this. I got this. And you think for 170 grand, you got this. You know what I mean?
And then the news is against them. All the people are against them at the time, so it's hard.
Yeah. That's a tough one,
The other thing I
and I
wanted to
found
bring
out,
up.
and we found out today. We found out today if we do get we're looking to try to get the next guest. We're looking to get is the lawyer, Bobby George, and if we do, we're trying to make that very interesting to say the least, right, Jay?
Yep. I'm the footwork. I do the footwork. And you just put your brain to work, and I know it's going to be a great show.
Yeah. And not only that, we're going to try to get little Eddie in the chat, the best he can to hear this. I don't know how I think maybe he's up against the phone listening or whatever with his dad. I don't know how they're doing it, but, they're figuring out a way to innovate like they always do and to listen to what we got to say. And I'm sure he got some questions for him. So we're going to find out why he didn't test that DNA and why he didn't, he wasn't like Alan Jackson. He wasn't like our guy Yannetti because we see lawyers who are pipples, right? This guy chose the high road and didn't care. And you heard Eddie in the parole hearing yesterday that they didn't put on a defense. All he cared about was money and more money. And then years later, he showed his face, right? He ended up getting arrested, going to jail. But the crazy part about it, he's reinstated now. Would you believe it?
God damn. Yeah, so let's get him up here.
And we're trying.
If I ever heard of politics.
Yeah. I feel like the biggest motive is of Janet threatening arrest of those two men. Let's keep it real. They're rapist. That's true. I mean, and I think that's something to think about, right?
Now, I got a question for you, J.F.K.
Yeah.
I mean, what's this episode 9? Part 9. Part 9.
This is a crazy question right here. So here we go, right? See, shooting informants, not drugs. He has all the he knows a lot about this case. Obviously, he was Eddie's roommate. So this is breaking too. I want to know from Bob George. Hey Bob, you listening, Bobby boy? Bobby, why didn't they use the guy Walter from Quincy who called the cops after he saw Eddie on the news about the mugging? Why wasn't he interviewed until 2 years later?
Good point.
So let me ask you this: When did he call them? Did he call them within that 48 hour? Within that like couple of weeks they arrested Eddie? When Eddie, it had to be within that month, right?
Yeah, I think he said it was a few days after he called the police to report it, and 2 years later he ended up having to call the state police because they never came through.
Well, it had to be more than 2 weeks later, 2 days later. It had to be because Eddie didn't speak on it until or did he
did speak about the mugging.
Well, no, 2 weeks later. But the point is, did Walter say it 2 days later before Eddie even spilled the beans? Because if that's the case, that's even crazier. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they said that he called a few days later. They were supposed to send someone out to see him. Never got a call back. Never came to see him. And then 2 years later, he called the state police and told them, like, what's going on?
So let's put that into perspective for a second. All right. Do you like my headphones? Do I look like Mickey Mouse? So let me put this into perspective.
Mickey was the dog.
Mickey was the dog. He was a great dog. He's not a mouse. He's a fucking golden retriever. He's not a cat though.
Yeah, he ain't a cat, fucking Addy.
Yeah,
How do you
he's
know?
saying it right in the chat. Yes, within days, no one called him back.
So how crazy is this? He sees Eddie gets jumped, right? And he calls the cops before Eddie. So Eddie at the
Look at
time
that.
doesn't.
Sorry to
No, go
interrupt
ahead.
you, Jay. He's shooting's commenting in the comments, and he just brought up a good point about how Walter seen it on the news and he called back a second time. You got me
Right. 2 years later.
I want to talk to Walter.
God damn.
I don't,
Have that dude get at me somehow, and I'll find Walter.
So he said, shooting informants, not drugs. He says, so he saw Eddie's trial on the news and called again.
well,
And
my
said,
question is this.
why
My
hasn't anyone come and talked to me? So Walter was reaching out himself.
No. See, hold on. So this is what I'm saying. So Think Speaks. So let's not, for the audience that are confused, right? Eddie didn't say he got mugged until 2 weeks later, right? But if this is the case that he called,
I thought he didn't say he.
Oh, Walter's dead.
He went
Walter's,
into the house.
damn, Walter's dead.
Oh shit!
Wow. God,
I
no.
thought he said he didn't go into the house and see the crime scene until 2 weeks later.
Yeah, no.
He told them right away he got mugged.
Someone called 911 at the store and
Yeah,
said that he was mugged.
he got jumped.
So what I'm saying is, if this guy, but listen what I'm saying, if the guy called up just for the sake of calling him up, saying I seen a guy get mugged, right? And Eddie never told the cops at that point, then it's not a fixed affidavit. It's not a guy coming forward for him. It's actually a guy, you know what I mean, who just on his own wanted to know what happened with a situation that he's seen driving. Like, let's just say he's just, he's driving, he sees a kid getting jumped. He calls up and he says, hey, I just seen a guy getting jumped over there in Union Square. This big guy, they had a knife. I want to tell you guys, I witnessed it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? And they just never call him back. And then 2 weeks later, Eddie finally comes clean about it. That even makes him more innocent because it's not like he said it after Eddie spoke on it. He said it before Eddie even said it.
And that's probably some of the evidence they never showed.
Exactly. And how I think it transpired was this guy, he was either walking or he was driving by. He could have been waiting for a fucking bus. Who knows? But when he heard Eddie's trial through the news, when he heard the news, and they had mentioned in the news that Eddie was jumped prior or during the same time this incident happened, that's when the guy reached out.
Oh, yeah, yeah. What am I saying? Eddie did say he was bugged that night. I'm tripping. I'm sorry, guys.
You're fighting,
Eddie
bro.
No, I am fighting.
He's tired. He ain't fired.
Yeah, thank you. I'm thinking that he didn't. 2 weeks later, he didn't. He said he was in the house. My bad. I mixed the two up. My bad. I jumped the gun on that one. You're right. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so he did mention that, and he did say it. So that's crazy.
But what happened was the dude called, said that he watched someone getting mugged. They were supposed to send someone out there that night or a couple days later. They never came. Then when he saw the trial 2 years later is when he called the state police and said, I witnessed that. No one ever came to see me. They were supposed to.
Right. And who's Walter? Like, let's who was this guy? What's his name? I mean, he's dead now. I mean, like, he can't speak regardless. Like, so can we get his name and his info? We run his name and see who he was. He lived in Quincy. Did he have any people in Somerville? Like, what's his associates? He's just a random dude, right? So, I mean,
if I can get his information, I could try to find family.
Indeed. That's wild. There was a witness to the mugging. Wow. Yeah. He said it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say something, Jay. If he did see this, if he did witness that mugging, and he spoke on it and tried to reach out, he definitely felt some type of way, like maybe it could have helped Eddie, number one. And he definitely talked to friends or family about it, because I mean, it would have put a bad taste in his mouth. Like, damn, I seen that, and you know what? I think I should speak on it, because this, this dude's getting hemmed up, and if this really happened, that's gonna, justify why his hands cut.
Right. And another thing is, put yourself in his position. You call the cops saying you witnessed someone get mugged. They were supposed to come see you. They never did. You're going to tell everybody, like, I called the cops and no one came to see me. They never, wanted to hear what happened. Like, he's going to talk about it to people for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, he definitely would talk about that. No question about it. No question about it. I want to get that news footage with that the cab, man.
Oh yeah, I asked that lawyer, Bob George, about that photo. He said that he gave every piece of evidence that he had to the appellate lawyer, which I'm working on getting her information too right now.
Good. Him getting jumped right away after finding a body is what I'm hung up on. What are the odds of that? And one night in that window of time, I have trouble believing it was a random mugging. Did Walter call 911 to report what he saw? Is there a recording? I think all lines are recorded when you call the police. I don't know. Tomorrow, I will put Walter's info out there. Wow.
I wouldn't do that publicly. Get a hold of one of us.
I was searching old news archives today. Haven't came across it yet. Sounds like a setup. Good night, boys. Good night, Nan. Take care, girl. Appreciate you.
Good night, Nan. Thank you.
Keep showing up, Nan. Thank you.
Go ahead. Take the mic.
God damn. I think, it's too bad that if it's true that Walter's passed, that would have put some light on that whole situation. And that's, and like J.F.K. said, that's a part of this case that is very critical. That incident.
Look, what it comes down to at the end of the day, this kid will never see the light of day unless he admits to his crime and gets paroled. Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase. Commits to this crime and gets paroled, or he gets a new trial. Now, God forbid he gets his new trial and all these people are no longer here. Like, how, is this poor kid going to get stuck in jail for the rest of his life because they're taking way too long? They didn't do their job to begin with. Like, this kid lost his whole life over something that he possibly didn't even do. Like, that's just, it's mind-blowing.
I think if they can really bring up, I think if he gets the chance to really bring up the fact that the investigations, were flawed, and they are able to take a better look at it. I mean, you.
Yeah, but with all this evidence that came out already, all this new evidence that was never brought to trial, isn't that considered new evidence because it wasn't brought in? Shouldn't he have had that a long time ago? Yeah, I get it. He's trying to, I guess, have patience and
Yeah.
be smart before he does his appeal. So he only has to, his appeal, and only has to do it once. Or like, if he'll never get another shot, he wants to be on point with it because he knows he'll never get another shot. Like, I don't know. It's bugged out.
Yeah, I mean, there was some, there was some crazy curveballs thrown his way throughout this whole thing. And we cannot forget the fact of, what the Commonwealth was, what the Commonwealth agenda was at that, at that time. It was precedent for them to make these changes. They had this agenda about the youth and trying to restructure these charges and how they, how they were going to gain control. And you can see it, how, they push the power. They push their power.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they definitely did.
And then that's when I ran into Ryan. I think it was Ryan, Chris Ford, and
Let's hear in his own words.
7 to 11 at night.
You can talk to.
I had no problems talking to her. She was respectful, caring. I wouldn't say I had a lot of engagements. So I spoke to her a lot, but it's not like I wouldn't talk to her. She was respectful. She cared what we thought. We'd come over and get Ryan or whatever, and she always talked to us.
Was there anybody living with the Downings prior to the murder? Family members will come and stay over, or
I know for I don't know the exact times. I don't remember exactly, but her sister and brother-in-law lived there with the would be considered her niece or nephew.
did they live there for a while, or?
It could have been a year. I tell you the truth, I don't remember. Like, I could probably read off the reports exactly, but I mean, I know it wasn't just days. It was.
So you met him, right? You met her family.
Yes.
When you would go and visit.
Yes.
And did you get along with them? I'm just, did you?
I didn't have a lot of engagements with them, but it was respectful.
Hi, hello.
Yeah.
School, you did well, right?
No, I was probably below average.
Okay.
I cared more about sports.
You ever repeat any grades?
No.
No special education services or anything like that?
The only thing that I recall was I had to go through some speech classes when I was real young, like 4 or 5 or something like that.
No issues with behavior? You never got thrown out of school?
Never been
suspended?
The only type of suspensions I had was detention for like not having my tie at Don Bosco. It's not like you go to school without your tie on, you get detention, like stuff like that. It wasn't anything.
You ever tried drugs or alcohol during that time?
The only type of thing I ever remember doing was I think I drank a few wine coolers at one event, maybe one wine cooler, we shared it or something like that. That was the only time I ever remember that.
You ever have a girlfriend?
Yes.
For how long?
A couple of years.
Up to the time when you got accused of?
Probably 3, 4, 5, 6 months before.
Okay. That's the only girlfriend that?
No, I had another one too, but.
Before that?
Yes. Well, during, it was on and off, and then.
Okay. So
that's a question I wanted to ask.
We talked about that that day where.
Now you know. Now you know, buddy.
Thank you, Eddie.
Walk me through that day. I know you remember, going to work and so on. Can you tell me? I know you went early, right? 7 o'clock?
So 7 o'clock is usually my time that I needed to show
and
up.
How long have you been working at was it a convenience store? Was it
It was the midnight convenience store, correct.
So it was open up to midnight or 24 hours?
That was the odd thing. It wasn't. It was open from like, I think like 7 to 11 at night.
Okay.
Um,
And what'd you do there?
So I originally was offered the job from the owner, Walter Goldwyn. He knew me from the time I went to school.
And how long were and I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you a couple of times. How long, when did you first started working there? How old were you?
I would say I was 13.
13, so.
I was there for a couple of years. So Walter knew me from going in and out of the store. It was like the neighborhood store that we all went to. I went to school right there. And he offered me the job to do the Sunday papers. And then it just evolved from doing the Sunday papers.
Did you enjoy working there?
Yeah, I mean, it was a weekend job. It wasn't like a weekday, unless they called me down for special, like, anytime it snowed, I'd have to go down there and shovel out the sailing and the sidewalks, or if it was something like that, or a truck was coming in, I needed to unload stuff. But it was mostly just a Saturday night, maybe Sunday morning job. But yes, I did. It was, I got money. It was a good, I've never had a problem wanting to work my whole life, and that was just another job I worked.
So what time did you leave the store?
I don't recall exactly, but normally I would leave around 12.
Around 12?
Yes.
Now, you were an altar boy, right?
I was what?
An altar boy?
Correct.
Okay. So church usually took place in the mornings, afternoons?
Well, back then, if I recall, you had three masses. I think one was at 9, one was at 11, and one was at 5:30, if I remember correctly. So there was 3 masses.
So you leave the store, you leave your job, right?
Correct, yep.
And then you run into a couple of people on the way back home?
No, so sorry. So when I left my job at 12, I just went home and I probably ate and went to bed.
Okay.
It wasn't until 5:30 I went to mass down there, and then that's when it was just too hot to go in there. I went over to the store, hung out for an hour, and then that's when I went up the hill and I saw some friends at the tower.
Okay. Did you see Ryan?
He wasn't there. It was a different group of friends. There were these girls from outside the neighborhood used to go up and hang up at the tower, and I ran into them.
Okay.
So then I saw them, spoke to them for a few minutes, went home to go check in to let them know I was back. And then that's when I ran into Ryan. I think it was Ryan, Chris Ford, and Joey Dion.
Around what time was that?
So it was in the 7 o'clock hour, I'd say, 7-ish.
There was some. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So yeah,
It's
so
gonna get dark around that. If you remember,
I would say 8-ish, maybe. I kind of remember, if I remember correctly, is when Michelle and Jeannie and all them came back from Revere Beach. It was around 8 o'clock and it was dark.
Okay.
All right, so I spoke, I saw Ryan and them. They wanted to go to their friend Ricky's house. I didn't hang out with Ricky. I didn't really know Ricky. And I decided to go to Garvey's house, but then I went to my house when we all left. And I just hung out with my family and the next door neighbor.
So what time?
I remember after everything was, I remember bringing the next door neighbor's kids home with him around 8:50-ish. I went to my house, talked to my grandfather for a little bit. I think, that's when I put the movie on for
Did you have dinner? I know you had something to eat earlier, but did you have dinner?
No.
So you just had something to eat earlier, right?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
And then that's when I decided I was gonna go get something to eat. I was gonna go down to Burger King.
So you go to Burger King, right?
That was about 9. It was a little after 9 now.
Okay. By yourself?
Correct, yep.
How often did you do that?
Oh, I mean,
All the time?
yeah. I mean, Union Square was right there. They had all pizza joints and Burger King and all
And it
that.
was safe because,
Yeah, it was right down the street pretty much.
okay. So you go to Burger King around 8:50, 9:50?
It was after 9. I don't remember the exact time,
No,
but
I understand.
it was after 9 though.
Okay.
So after that, that's when I went out. I saw the next door neighbor there, said hi to him, real quick, and then that's when I walked by and I saw the Downing door open.
So you go in?
Yes,
Okay. And you find this horrific scene, right?
correct.
And you leave. How long were you in there, in the house?
Minutes, if that.
And you said you saw someone there. And you don't have to answer this. Did you know who that person was?
I'm not gonna answer that.
Okay. All right. So after that, you go, after you leave the house,
Yep.
where do you go?
I ended up going to Burger King, which was right down the street.
So you went to Burger King twice that day?
No. I never went early, like, no.
Okay, so, all right,
I think he said he was on his way to Burger King when he saw the door open.
okay. And
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And then that's when I decided, let me just go to midnight and see Frank, who was like my friend.
So you said you were shocked to find the victim, right?
Correct.
Okay. What was your reaction? Were you afraid? Did you scream? Did you?
I mean, at first it was concerned because I didn't know what was going on. And then when I saw what I saw, then it just turned into shock and horror.
So
Shock and horror.
you went to Burger King to gather your thoughts and understand what you saw, right? I think you mentioned that before.
Yes, I think that's exactly what happened.
So can you tell me about your thoughts and what you thought you seen, or what you actually seen?
No.
Oh, what happened?
I mean, I'm not getting into what happened and all.
Okay. Oh, no, I'm not asking you about what happened. I'm asking you how to gather your thoughts.
Oh, I just think I wanted to go see a friend, and I was like, let me go see Frank. I was only there for a couple minutes.
At Burger King?
Yeah, Burger King, yeah. I mean, I wasn't there that long, and then I went down to go see Frank.
What time did you meet up with Frank?
I mean, he says, I think I showed up. I don't remember the exact time, but it was right around 10.
How long did you spend with Frank?
Oh, he dialed 911 and handed me the phone, so it wasn't more than, several minutes.
He dialed 911 because he got mugged.
Correct.
So between the Downing's house and Burger King, you got mugged.
Yes.
Safe neighborhood.
Oh, Union Square was,
Oh, yeah, but it was, okay. Did they steal anything?
the reports state that was like $18 were taken.
Anything else? Did you have a watch? Did you have a knife? Nothing else? Just $18?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you remember anything about the mugging? I mean, were you surprised? Because this had never happened to you before, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anybody that had gotten mugged in your neighborhood before?
I mean, Union Square was a little bit more different than, say, Prospect Hill, but it was things that happened down in Union Square.
Tell me, because I'm not familiar with the neighborhood.
Yep.
Tell me how far Prospect Hill is from Union Square.
Probably like a half a mile, I'd say.
Mile?
Yeah, quarter mile.
Residential neighborhood?
Union Square is not resident. It's,
Right, but between the Downings?
well, the way I went, Prospect Hill is up on a hill. You've got to go to get to the hill. There's all different streets you can go up there, and some of those streets are residential and some of them are not.
So you get mugged, you walk to Burger King, and then you go meet Frank. What did you tell Frank happened?
I think he said he went to Burger King, and then he got mugged afterwards when he was on his way. But I may be wrong about that. Am I wrong? Oh, I think I'm wrong. I think you're right.
No,
I'm sorry.
you're-
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
No, that's all right. I'm just trying to understand how
What
the
happened?
events went.
Do you see that in the chat, JFK?
Hold on.
I saw Frank, and more what I remember is the reports that I read today than my actual memory. And it was just more, I guess he said, "Oh, it looks like you ate a bad pizza," or I figured exactly what he said. There was other people in the store he was talking to, and he just said, what happened. I guess he said, what happened or whatever. And it ended up being, he called 911.
When you got mugged, were you hit?
I
Did you throw a
honestly,
knife?
I don't remember everything. And
That's fair.
all right. Yep.
So you go on and get charged with a crime, and you were at DYS. Tell me about DYS. You were 15 when you first went to DYS, right?
That's correct.
Tell me about that.
It was definitely a learning experience. It wasn't like a regular DYS. It was in the Plymouth House of Corrections. It was its
Jail.
own secure
You have a
unit.
unit, right, yes.
And, I mean, I was in a single cell. It was just, I don't remember a lot those first days, tell you the truth. I remember, meeting, the teachers made us go right into school, like within a few days of being there. I remember going to school. I remember meeting a few guys. But those first days are kind of blurry, honestly, to tell you the truth, but I remember a little bit.
A couple more questions or comments. You said, you know, people were not willing to talk, right?
What do you mean?
For the trial.
Okay, yep.
Do you have any idea why? Were they afraid? Were they threatened? Were they? It's just your opinion. You don't have to answer. I'm just curious.
I mean, I have no problem giving my opinion on that. The narrative that was given back then, that was created by the district attorney, is it's definitely not correct. And a lot of people supported that theory with fabricated lies. And it's hard for some people to say, yes, I misstated. I didn't mean to say that, or I was asked to lie. It takes a lot for someone to come forward and say that. One person did already. We've already found out some information. We know a lot about what happened back then. And I just hope more people would come forward.
So the people you're talking about were your friends, right?
Not only that, other people too.
You ever wonder why they would lie, or if they were lying, change the story, or?
My best guess is this: back then, it was lines were drawn in the sand in that neighborhood. You either supported me and my family, or you supported the Downing family. And if you chose one side, I guess you just went with it. And going through Tom Riley's notes, I found a lot. And he literally wrote down narratives for people.
Were you disappointed or upset that your friends basically hung you out to dry, basically? I mean, I'm not putting
It's
words
not
in
so
your
much.
mouth, but
I look at it this way. You know, back then, yes. But as an adult today and looking back and reflecting, if the shoes were reversed and I had to pick a side, what would I have done? Would I have just went along with everything too? I don't know.
a couple of more questions really quick. The cell phone.
Yes.
How long did you have that cell phone for?
A couple of years.
A couple of years, and you were free to go into the internet and look for whatever you want, right?
Yep.
How old were you at that time? When you had the cell phone?
Oh,
More or less. You don't have to be exact. I know
it was early 30s.
30s. Now, you had been in prison for probably over 15 years.
Yeah.
There. Did you ever look at adult content?
I would say yes, yeah.
Okay. For how long? I'm just, again, you don't have.
Well, I mean, I would say yes.
Yeah.
But you also got to realize it's a very, it's not like I have a lot of privacy at there to sit down and watch everything. It's hit or miss. But also at the same time, I was afraid to look up a lot of sites because a lot of sites give you viruses and your phone gets shut down, and so
You didn't
it
want to
was.
lose that.
Huh?
You didn't want to lose that.
And I didn't want to lose that, so I was very cautious with it.
Hey, he's a
One
man.
more question and comment.
This dude just keeps going. He
You
says,
appear to
last
be
question,
very
last question.
educated, smart. I mean, you've done a lot of research. You have educated yourself. The crime that was committed was horrific. You agree with that. Whoever committed the crime, I know you're denying that. Whoever committed the crime, what do you think should happen to that person? Should that person be left out on parole? Have an opportunity? If it was let's say a 15-year-old, because I'm not.
I understand your question, and I know you're probably thinking, if I did do it, would I be safe for society? I can only speak for me, who didn't do this. You have no problem with society if I'm released. None at all.
So you would have no problem if you were sitting up here releasing someone that actually committed the crime?
I can only speak on myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Right.
It's just your opinion, you know, because you have educated, I mean, you have done a lot of research about a lot of things, so.
I mean, that's going down the rabbit hole again, because the evidence presented in front of you is not even correct to make an opinion. You know, if somebody, I can't answer that question.
That's fair. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Board Member Ortiz. All right, Mr. O'Brien, so that concludes the questioning phase. So I'm going to have you take a seat right over here, please.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's what, thanks. Yeah. Dr. Kinshar?
Thank you.
You know, you hear the shackles when he gets up and he walks away. I mean, that's just
Cuffed up. He's cuffed up like this. He's got the
just-
waistband
it
on.
sucks, man. You know.
He's got the waistband on.
Yeah. Fucking box lock.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kinship.
We'll get into more of that after. I mean, we're
So
giving
in
you,
the-
we're giving you
in the
exclusive
chat-
content.
In the chat, there was someone that said it's not Eddie, and they wrote Ryan Downing. So I don't know if he's in here.
How come Paul Jr. never spoke at this parole hearing? Did he not want to get questioned by the board? I don't know. It wasn't Eddie. Ryan's behavior is the most suspicious shit I have ever seen. Well, why is that? I mean, if it wasn't Eddie, I mean, what do you mean? I mean, we don't know what you're talking about. We're just three people on a live stream at fucking, what time is it? God damn. It's 11:47. Holy shit.
Is that Ryan Downing?
No, it says it wasn't Eddie. Ryan's behavior is the most suspicious shit I ever seen. It couldn't be Ryan Downing because he's talking shit about Ryan.
Above there, he wrote Ryan Downing, so it looked like it was him. Sorry.
I was thinking this might be a good place for Joe Jr. to talk and clear his name. Then again, I'm probably talking knowing the intricacies. That's on me. Well, we've been going for 3 hours. You got anything to say in closing, people?
You know, I think it was it was another great show, man. You know, like you said, man, we're peeling back the layers. You know, there's still more questions that we need to ask.
I mean, what do you think about that parole? What he said at the parole? Like, let's just say you didn't know all this, right? You didn't know the EDDIE situation. You didn't know none of the stuff we talked about, and you just heard what he said right there at his parole hearing. Do you believe this guy, Jay Brilliant?
Most of it, yes. Some things like he like, oh, he has to think of. Maybe it's just he's thinking about what he says, so he doesn't say the wrong thing. But for the most part, I believe him.
If you didn't know anything about this case and you just seen that interview, you would have believed him. That's what you're saying.
Watching last night and tonight,
If you didn't know nothing about this case though, like everything
yeah,
that you know
just by
now.
watching what I watched last night on his parole and tonight, I would, for the most part, yeah, I would believe him.
All right, so let me swing it. How about you, Kevy Kev? You didn't know anything. You knew nothing. Someone says, "Hey, watch this parole here," and this is the guy Eddie O'Brien. He said he didn't do it. What do you believe it? Do you believe the story that he walked in the house, he seen her there, and he left? I mean, the thing is, right? And just to say before you answer, like we don't know how close these people were, right? Like, do you mind your business in that situation? Like, let's just say you do see that, right? And did he know that? I think it has to come down to one or two things, right? Like, A, he was threatened, but it sounds like he knows who did it. That's what it
He
sounds like.
definitely sounds like he knows who did it. He definitely does. And you made a good point the other day, though. Excuse me. He can't point the finger because he's not guaranteed to get out. Then he's going to live life as a snitch in jail, and you know how that goes.
Yeah.
When his cell phone got taken, 10 out of 12 people snitched on the CO that got paid to bring him in, and Eddie wasn't one of them. So he's not he ain't gonna snitch. Just like he is never gonna commit to this crime because he believes he doesn't do it.
But do we think that more and less though he read into the law, right? Like, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. So he learns about the law and he learns that he didn't get a good defense put on for him, right? Like, does he say to himself, "Damn, like I see, like now that I learned about the law, like shit, I could actually get out." Now that I learned about the law, because
Yeah, but you can be Alan Jackson and know the law like that, and there's evidence speaks for itself. Just
And that,
my thing is the DNA under the nails was definitely not his. Now, if she got into an altercation, she scratched somebody. So that
but
DNA
was that for something? Was that from something else though?
well, listen, what you know,
what else could it be if she got assaulted and
I don't
in the
know. I'm just
county
saying, like
yard,
that's the explanation that we have to when we talk to Bob George or talk to any of the cops. Okay, like how do you get past that? How do they just like with a straight face say, "Don't worry about that DNA. Don't. There's nothing to see here." And is that the only that's he peeled the layers back, he found that, but can you get DNA? And what was the DNA? What was it? Was it skin? Was it blood? Like what is it? Like, you know what I mean? Like what exactly it is? I don't know. I like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate. Be clear, I'm not saying anything.
No, you're absolutely right.
I'm just trying to understand. Like you go to jail and you find a loophole. It's like no different than what the dude did to Kelsey, right? Like he found a loophole to get his kid, and he did it. So did he stumble upon that too? I don't know. What do you feel, Kevy Kev?
Watching that parole board hearing, and realizing that he's been there for 3 decades behind bars and he's speaking on this now. I see that big ass binder that he's got next to him.
Oh yeah.
That he's combed through for the past 15 years. And he sees that that if you really look hard enough, that the truth will come out exactly who it is. The way he backs off of trying to explain or having to explain the 2 minutes in that house leads me to believe that he definitely knows who did this.
I mean, it sounds like it. That's what I'm saying. That's what it sounds like.
But he's trying to say, you people, meaning the Commonwealth. You need
Well,
to
let's
do
just say
your
this.
job better.
Let's just say the family. Yeah, I know. He's definitely trying to say that. We get
He
all that.
clearly said, "I'm not going to do your job." He clearly said that.
You know, and that's how that he wants them to realize. He doesn't want to point the finger. He wants them to realize these are the cards he's playing, JFK. He wants them to realize moving forward, you fucked up.
Yeah, but that's not. Here's the thing, bro. That's like a woman, bro. Does a woman ever say she's sorry? Hell no. And neither does the Commonwealth.
But I'm just
He's
saying
never
that
going to get an apology for it.
That's
They're
what I'm
never going
saying.
to admit it.
They're never gonna say. They're never gonna say my bad.
I'm not saying he's looking for an apology, but he wants them to realize.
Yeah, but he got to get past. He got to get past. You got to get past that Burger King situation. You just seen Janet down, and you run to Burger King, and you don't say a word to the two kids who testified that they seen you in the bushes. You don't turn around and say, "Hey, there's a killer in the house with a knife." And why wouldn't you say it? Because then you know who the person is, right? So like that's the only reason why you wouldn't say anything. Like it's not your business at that point, right? Like you ain't trying to have that dude go psycho on your little 2-year-old sister and your little 2-month-old baby. So you just keep it moving. And then what was Janet like? Like that's the thing. Like I don't want to say anything bad about Janet, but like what was that house like? What was the home like? Right. And that's why I think that, last night Eddie O'Brien was explaining, what it was like over there. It seems like, it was a space and time where her teenage boys well, they were coming to age. One of them was seeing men. The other one was hanging out. She's trying to hold on to her job. It's the fucking 90s, bro. And, um, it's one of those things, right? Where it's like, we don't know. And I don't mean no disrespect to Janet, but did Janet do drugs? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It was the crack era back then, too. Disclaimer. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? We don't know. We don't fucking know. I grew up in the city. I'm not saying that's what she did, but I mean, like, did people come? Was like you asked, did people come in and out that house? Was people coming through there? One woman put in like you had Kerry. Did Kerry bring people by there? I don't know. Did she endorse the gay guys at first and then didn't endorse it? And like, hey, they could come by and then say no, they can't come by. Did she let people hang out at her house? What I mean? We don't know. And the reason why I'm saying all that is to say, and that's the reason why Eddie was like, nah, they'll figure that shit out because like it's fucked up over there anyway. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it's one of them spots. Like you know how it was growing up in the city. You go over one of your friends' houses, it's pure fuckery. You go in the back room, everybody's smoking weed, everybody's drinking. And if something goes down, it's like that's your problem, not me problem. Was it one of them things? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, what's the reality of it? At 15, you don't even know how to say that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, and I don't want to sound like an asshole. We just don't know, like, what type of temperature it was. We're trying to understand, but we don't know. To make him say they'll find out. That's not my issue. Does that make sense? What I'm saying, like, you know what I'm trying to
That
say.
makes a lot of sense.
But I'm going to tell you something, man, and JFK, man. I mean, you grow up in a neighborhood, man. You're going up the hill. You're having a cup. It's like going up the woods and hitting a keg party. You know what I'm saying? Like you just knew, like when you associated with groups and cliques, man. You don't rat, man. I mean, it's just, I mean.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I don't know about, like, I can't say that 100% that it's a snitch thing. You know what I mean? You can't say that 110%. It's a snitch thing. Is it a loophole thing? Is it a snitch thing? What is it? Is it the truth? I mean, that's what you ask. Is it the truth? Is it a snitch thing or is it a loophole thing? And that is Adi Ortiz is in the fucking chat. Here he is. Scratch his hair being pulled sounds like a girl fight. 100.
What about your haircut a week after they found the hair, Artie?
Wait, is that Adi though? That's him?
That's
Says
Artie.
Adi Ortiz. Scratch his hair being pulled sounds like a girl fight. 100. Anyone question Gina? Oh shit! Damn. So this is where we're at with it, Adi. Anybody question fucking Gina? Holy shit! I mean, hey, fair is fair. Did anybody question Gina?
Adi, can you answer me something? How big was the fucking kittens?
Oh Jesus! Here we go with this shit.
How big were the fucking kittens?
Listen, the fact is this, Adi, right? I just want to be clear with Adi, man, because we know Adi likes to. Adi, I don't want Adi to think that we're piling up on him. That's not Adi. It ain't Adi, right? Does it say Adi Ortiz or Audi? Nah, it's like a different name. Adi D. Or anyone question Gina? Nah, see, it's not even the real Adi.
Well, they looks all different when I'm live than when I'm just in the chat. So
Nah, that's a fake Adi. We got a fucking troll coming in from from the other fucking universe. Congratulations, you're a fucking new troll. Well, that's a good question though. Did anybody question Gina? She was with her for 9 hours, but I don't think so. I mean, we
they
talked
didn't
to
want to
Gina.
question her. Remember, they didn't want to hear from her.
Yeah. Exactly. They didn't want to hear from her. There you go. There you go. Would you believe it? Would you believe it? I'm just trying to for the sake of the channel and for the sake of what's going on here, I just want to tell everybody that, we don't know exactly what happened, but we do know the facts. The facts is there was a guy who showed up and said he lost his key. There was a 15-year-old kid there, and there was Paul, who the sister's saying was acting funny after he came out the house. But then you got to ask yourself the question, in 15 minutes, do you think you could do something like that and clean yourself up and then go to the beach after? Is that something you can do? Is that logical? Because if you would have to believe that. Like, you have to compare all the stories. Which story makes the most sense, right? You know what I mean? Like, at this point. So if you got Paul Jr., he would go in the house. They were all outside. She was sitting in the car. No one heard a fucking thing. Big Ed said to us, right? And we're going on what we found out, not what's in the court papers. Be clear. Let's go on what we found out. So I don't want anybody to say, hey, in the court papers it says this. Well, guess what? We got new papers because we talked to the people, right, guys?
That's right.
So
talking to him.
We found out, and it's all live, it's all recorded. Big Ed said windows were open. That's what he said. I would take his word that he, he said, I didn't hear anything and all the windows were open. She was young, his daughter, so she might not have remembered that. But he did. He said, it's crazy. I didn't hear a fucking thing. So then there's a golden retriever that didn't bark.
Even hear a dog bark, yeah.
Yeah, so now we found out there's a fucking dog that
Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey can solve crimes. I mean, Mickey's a scuba diver. The fucking dog can swim too. Did you hear about that? The fucking dog.
Mickey.
Yeah. The dog can deep dive and fucking find cars on the bottom of the ocean. This dog is special, bro. Super dog.
Sit.
Yeah.
Good dog.
So now we got dogs, cats, keys. Paul Sr. with a knife in his backpack, and we got Jeannie who said that he was acting funny. He came out the house and he was acting brand new. He was acting like like an asshole kind of. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't with it. So I mean, like, what do you believe? Do you believe he went in the house for 15 minutes?
15 minutes.
I don't know what that was. Holy shit, man! Was the feds tapped in? But yeah, he went in there for 15 minutes, man, and that's what would have had to happen if it was Paul. It was during that window.
Yeah, I can't get off the fucking cats, bro. Hey, while you were looking for the kittens, did you see a dog? The fuck, man,
Yeah, he never mentioned that.
He never mentioned a dog, man. I mean, there's a big fucking difference, man, between a cat and a dog.
Well, why wouldn't they tell him to take the dog?
Where did the dog go?
Where did the dog fucking go? Who took the pup?
Maybe it's with Chloe.
Well, he didn't say that. He didn't say like, hey,
damn, Jay.
What?
Maybe the dog's maybe Mickey's with Chloe. Maybe they had puppies. Were you looking for puppies?
Holy shit. I don't know. But you would have to believe.
Just some inconsistencies, huh? JFK?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't know if you can really say it's Paul unless Paul went in the house knowing that Michelle was outside in the car in a Sunbird with Jeannie, and he goes in and he jumps in the car. Well, Michelle was in the driver's seat, and what was it, Joey? Who was in the passenger seat? Do you guys remember? Who was the dude that was with Michelle?
I thought she said there was
A girlfriend, right?
2 girls, her and Paul.
Was it Danny?
No, it
Danny
wasn't
was a
Danny.
girl. No, Danny was with
Don't
Eddie.
tell us.
Not Eddie. Artie, smoking weed.
Now I'll tell you, I seen something earlier. Scroll through the chat.
I mean, let's stay there for a second. Let's just stay there.
Becky G said Eddie didn't put his sneakers in the trunk of a car, but someone did.
Why was? Didn't she say the backpack was next to him, or did she put it in the trunk when they left the beach?
When they left the beach, he put it in the trunk.
Right.
When they showed up on the scene, he jumped out. He ran right up to his house, and then what? A week later, they had to go and retrieve the bag.
Right. Yeah, I remember her
Out of
saying that.
Michelle's trunk. Now that's odd.
Yeah, but then you got to believe he went in the house right at that time and fucking killed his mother after he came home from Revere Beach.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Did he wash the knife off in the ocean?
I'm just, bro. So this is what happens. He goes to Revere Beach, and they're on their way back with these girls. He runs in the house and fucking stabs his mother 98 times, beats the shit out of her. No one hears nothing. He cleans up and walks, and then Eddie walks in the house. He tells Eddie, shh. But did she see Eddie? That's what I'm saying. So did Jeannie see Eddie walk in the house? Because she was outside. She didn't testify that I see my brother. Why wouldn't Eddie see Jeannie? So you gotta this is what I mean, guys. Like, we gotta think about this. She's in the car, right? Eddie would have walked right by her and went in the house.
Yeah, but you got to remember too, the neighbor, Virginia, heard banging at 8:15 when Paul went in the house. Listen, if you cut someone's throat, they ain't screaming.
But hold on a minute, though.
Yeah, but listen, hold
what
on.
about?
Can I
Hold
just add
on. So
something to that real quick, JFK?
But Paul would have seen. Hold on. But Paul would have had seen Eddie. So which means is if that's the case, Eddie would have walked right by Jeannie and fucking Michelle in the Sunbird to walk in the house, and they would have seen him.
Well, they swapped cars, so they had to get.
Eddie Senior seen them go over there and switch cars and everything. Eddie was probably doing something else. Remember, he was helping the kids. He was helping the neighbor. Because that Virginia woman said she heard the banging around 8:15. That's the time that Paul went in the house.
Eddie was in the house. If Paul
Eddie was in the house at 9:15.
Yeah, but what do you
That's an hour later.
But bro, then who put the knife to fucking Eddie's neck? Paul left before, and someone else put the knife to Eddie's neck.
Can I say my theory that I told you in private? There's 2 theories I got. So there's either 2 theories that I'm coming up with. Either Paul did it, and the thing that I find suspicious is I already said he parked his car at the corner. Everyone else in legal documents says he parked halfway down the street. He was blocked in by the EMTs. So it's either Paul did it and Artie's covering for him, or Paul walked in to see Artie doing what happened. That's my theories. That's why Paul came out of the house horrified, and never know, maybe Artie gave him the knife to get rid of. No, it's my theory. Just makes it's crazy
Yeah, that's great. But then you don't want to go with the theory that fucking Eddie rolled out of the bushes, went to Burger King, lied about being jumped, got cut, didn't say nothing for 2 weeks, and you don't want to go with the theory that he did it. You just want to believe Eddie.
I'm following facts, honestly, because think about it. Put yourself in a 15-year-old body that's
Yeah, but
mentally
what
younger than a
about Chisholm?
15-year-old
But what
body.
about Chisholm? What about
Yeah, but
Chisholm and
you're
Davis
looking at
Mass?
he was totally
What?
that
He
kid
was
was
what?
problem. He was a problem.
Was he?
He had problems.
Was
This
he
kid,
though?
from what I know,
Uh, I mean, bro, you can't say that, bro. He just snapped. He didn't have that much problems, bro. He fucking just snapped. You know what I mean? He was 14 when he did that to that woman. He fucking
yeah, but
stabbed her, killed her in the bathroom, in the school, fucking raped her when
and
she
raped
was
her.
dead,
Exactly.
put her in the
Yeah, but
trash,
you
dragged her
gotta think
outside, and ran away. No, but you can't
I think
say
about all that.
in
I
the
do
you
think
Broncos.
can't
about
say
all that.
that. Like it's the baseline of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is always going to be that. You have Chisholm, you have Eddie O'Brien. It's the same thing with Kelsey. You have Lindsay Clancy who killed her kids and jumped out the window. That's one of the main reasons why Kelsey ain't getting bail because of her. That's the baseline. So now the baseline to someone who allegedly stabbed someone 90 times, and you're saying, well, he was 15. Now they can compare that case to Chisholm. That's just the way it goes. That's just
All right.
unfortunate.
But do you think that he's going to actually do that? Okay, so
We don't know if that was the case. If it was him, you don't know.
how do I say this? I'm trying to say, um, because the thing is, from the time that the 911 call came in for Janet, 7 minutes later, the 911 call came in for Eddie being mugged.
Yeah.
So, how much time in between was from when Eddie went there to the time that they called, the first caller called? And then you'll know, like, was that enough time to actually do what really was said? Because from what I understand, it was only a 5 minute period that Eddie could have did that. Beat her up, stabbed her, did all that stuff and left.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, regardless,
That's
whoever that's what I'm saying. It don't make sense that Paul did it. It don't really make sense that then you can believe Eddie's story based on that timeline. The most sense, if there is a third party, would be Adi, if you ask me. If there is a third party, it would have to be Adi. Hey, would you believe it? Third party rhymes with Adi? Would you fucking believe it? Third party Adi? That's what we should call him. Third party Adi.
third
You know what
party
I mean?
Audi.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying because the Paul situation just like he comes from Revere Beach, he goes in the house, kills his mother, walks out, goes to the beach, hangs out, then comes back. I don't know, man. 15
Yeah,
minutes,
but
no one hears nothing. That's
how
crazy.
did he know it was his mother before they even knew that it was at his house?
Yeah, but James Jackson said it perfectly, man. Like we don't know what went on in that house. We don't know his mother. Like you know what I mean? We don't know
Yeah,
what was his
she was
mother.
a single mom. The
She
dad
was a
wasn't
single
around.
mom. Was she fucking? We don't know what she was doing, bro. Was she drinking? Was she smoking? Are they gonna after she's dead? Are you gonna put that out there? And who? No one's putting it. No one, even either side, Eddie O'Brien or Eddie Senior or Janice's family are not gonna like after she's dead, like shit on her if something was off with her. Like
I
no
mean,
one's gonna
let's
say,
not.
yeah, she was drinking, she was smoking. Like no one's gonna do that after someone's dead, right? Like so we have to assume that. Not saying that she was doing that, but I'm saying like, what was the temperature like in that house? What was it like? Was it like you know what I mean? I
I mean,
don't know.
let's not.
Well,
Let's
you
not.
have people in the chat yesterday saying she was a streetwalker and this and that. She did drugs. So uh, people would do something like that. What you're
They
saying
would.
that they
But
wouldn't.
but 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 I'm saying that's what I'm saying. You got to find a person that's unbiased, who you know what I mean, that's just going with the facts. I mean, I'm sure even if Eddie's parents knew anything about it, they wouldn't publicly say it because then it would
Oh,
sound like they're just slandering her and just to make
most
it look like their
definitely.
son's not guilty. So you got to find someone who really knows the situation in that space and time, that pocket, what was exactly going on in that house, and why did Eddie choose not to say anything? You know, like did he just look at it like this was a like like as if like, you know, this was something that was possibly could have happened. Like, you know what I mean? Like something bad was going to happen in that situation over there because the cops were coming by for Kerry, cops were coming by for Paul, and it was like kind of like, I don't want nothing to do with it.
So
you know, they'll find out, you know.
So now just hear me out, because I've thought about this a lot too. And you notice how I you know, I'd really like to know, you know, how the older sister was moving after all this happened. Because there's a good possibility that Paul, you know, could have been covering for his sister. Now you got to remember this, you know.
Well, where'd she disappear to?
Well, I sent J.F.K. a couple of Facebook posts from 2011 where she was straight shitting on all the police, the DA, all those law enforcement, and then supposedly all of a sudden she flipped it around to say that Eddie's guilty.
Well, the reason why I say this, is that,
excuse me,
you know, Eddie's parents, you know, Eddie's parents fucking had said that, you know, she went through some tough times. She was a runaway. She used to take off. Now, what just, you know, what just makes you, you know, what makes me think is that maybe she just showed up and she was in a desperate time, and maybe she wasn't around, and she was like, listen, I need some money. And you know, they get into it. And next thing you know, something unfolds. Paul runs in the house. She's sitting there on the kitchen floor like, what the fuck? You know? And he's like, what did you do? And he takes the knife and he's covering for his sister. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah,
bro. Listen. Listen. I'm cool.
You know
I'm cool. I know, but I'm cool with saying all this, bro. But that's the point. At the end of the day, you let's live in reality for 1 second. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts is not hearing none of that shit. They want to hear. They want to hear factual shit.
Would you cover for your brother or your sister?
What if you kill my mother?
But what I'm saying is it would
you say like, no cover for what? Like if they killed fucking a dude in the street or they killed your mother? I don't know, man. That's a tough one to say. They killed your mother? So your brother kills your mother in front of you? You're not going to say something? I mean, that's
you gotta hate your mother a lot to cover.
Well, I mean, there was some turbulence in that house, a lot.
Yeah, bro. But I mean, listen, I'm cool with your opinions, bro. But this is not a game. I think when we start speculating,
it as a game.
But I know I'm not saying you are. But I mean, you're trying to figure something out that you could say the fucking dog did it. Like he had the knife. The dog was Mickey, right? He fucking grabs hands from the cops, and you can say he knows how to dive. He knows how to swim. This dog. Like, did he do it? The dog do it?
My question.
I kind of feel like he's talking about that because Zelda threw that girl in the mix yesterday or the day before.
You know, a clump of hair. Everybody's saying nah. The hair's what, you know. Everybody's hair was short.
I'm not saying, but I'm not. Yeah, but listen, I'm not saying that the system might not have done it. But Eddie didn't say it was a girl.
He didn't say it was a guy either, did he?
You don't know the difference. You mean to tell me that girl with mental issues? Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me the girl with the mental issues, right, went in there with a mask on and did that shit?
It said, I'm gonna fucking kill you and your family if you don't get out of here.
To Eddie, 6'7", he's looking down at this person like I could fucking choke slam you through this fucking couch right now. How big was Kerry? 5'5"? He's 6'3".
Yeah,
looking at this person with a knife.
You got a 15-year-old boy looking at a dead body.
Dude, when I was 15, dude, I was getting in high-speed chases with state troopers, bro. You can't tell me that at 15, man, you ain't about that life, though, either. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that he was like that, but you can't say he would be like, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like but then he grabbed the knife, though. Now you're saying the same 15-year-old dude grabbed the knife. The dude was going to stab him, and he grabbed the knife. So the same 15-year-old.
That's what those wound marks look to me.
Well, that's what he said. He said he doesn't remember, but they're saying he grabbed the knife, right? So if he grabbed the knife, then he protected himself. So why wouldn't he grab the knife there? Why wouldn't he push that person? I don't know. I'm just saying, bro, you have to convince an appellate judge of things you're saying. I think it's just a very tricky situation. I mean, it's probably the most simplest thing. And the most simplest thing to me is a guy was outside looking for his fucking car key, right? Like, and I don't know why. I think you dumb down this case, honestly, if you ask me, right? I think you dumb this shit down when you start saying fucking Paul did it and fucking the girl might have did it and this one did it. I don't see that. I don't see that. I don't think they're the right. It's the same thing when people say what Colin did it. When people saying Colin McAlbert fucking killed John O'Keefe. Okay, well, why don't we just say Higgins did it? I mean, we see he's got the motive. He's the one that did it. Now, could Colin have been there and knew about it? Yeah, but in the end, if you want that third party culprit to stick, you would stick with Higgins, right? Like I'm talking about as a defense. So if you're going to fight this case, I wouldn't say, well, it could have been Paul, it could have been this one, because then you can debunk Paul. Then you would have to say that Paul was at Revere Beach hanging out, eating ice cream, walked in his house in that 15-minute interval, stabbed his mother 98 times, walked out the house, jumped in the car, and then hung out at the beach, then went home. And then at the same time is Eddie walked across the street. Jeannie never said that she seen her brother go in the house. None of that stuff. So, I mean, you're kind of like playing yourself if you do that. That's just on a legal standpoint. That's just what I see right now. But I could be wrong. I'm just spitballing. That's all.
I don't know. You sound pretty right to me.
Dumbing down is harsh to say. Well, no, it's not harsh to say. I'm saying when you could say you're talking about a defense, a third party defense. If you say it was Paul, if you were saying it's Paul Jr., right? You would have to believe that he came from Revere Beach, went in the house for 15 minutes, killed his mother, and jumped in the car and went back to the beach with no slices on him, no cuts, no nothing, and just did that. You would have to believe that. But then now it's up against now you put it up against their evidence, because now it's what they got against you, what you're saying happened. And their evidence is you went in the house, you had a telescope, you had natural born killers. You told Ryan testified against you, saying that you said, did you ever want to kill somebody? Marco testified saying that he went in the backyard and talked to you. You and the dad had a powwow, and when they asked you about it, you told them it was impossible. You didn't see me. For 2 weeks, you didn't say anything about it. You said you got mugged. Like, you're putting that against that. I don't know. Do you win that? That's all. I mean, this is legality shit. Isn't this true crime, people? Fuck your feelings. Let's get with the facts. That's what you're up against. So dumbing down, okay, man, that might not be the best wordplay, but if I was fighting a case, I wouldn't want to use that against that, because I don't think that overpowers it. Personally, that's just my opinion.
And another answer to your question from earlier about why I think the way I think, like you have this family that's freeing, like giving us their whole stories. They don't know us from a hole in the wall. No. And then you have the other side that argumentative, like hesitant to answer questions,
but
don't talk.
Because they're probably to be devil's advocate again, because you have to be that. You have to think this way, because they don't want to hear that you're saying that this guy's innocent.
I did think that way, but wouldn't you want to come on the platform and be like, no, he's not? Why are you guys saying this? I do think like that. I have
maybe they will.
That.
Maybe they will. Maybe that's what we're doing here, right? Maybe they will. But here's the thing: would Eddie O'Brien be lying, like knowing that they can say their story too? You know, would he want to do this? Because if anything, he would want to just do this like quiet, right? Because if they do start, if say Ryan Downer hits us up tomorrow and say, I want to get on there. Now the public, if he tells the story the way he sees it, the public perception might go the other way. so it could turn on them, right? It could, excuse me,
Right.
turbulence. Just had an air pocket, but it could turn on them. Same way it's Karen Reed versus this other guy right now. It turned, right? It could turn on you. So as much as you got people saying free you, we don't think you did it, in a heartbeat, they'll turn on you. That's just the way
You're
the
right.
internet is. So does he understand that? I hope he understands that. You could get people cultivated to be like, the same guy who's calling me a washed up rapper and talking mad shit about me 2 months ago, he was telling people how smart I was and how intelligent I was. And
And
in a
you ask the
flash,
best questions.
and now I'm a piece of shit. So I mean, like, that's just the way this live streaming thing goes. So I hope Eddie understands that. That's why I'm just keeping it real on the legality part. I don't want to push a narrative where it starts becoming just like, I don't know. It doesn't seem right to me. I mean, I've been through it with the Karen Reed shit. People were saying they were swingers, oh, they went in the house. John O'Keefe wanted to fuck Jen McCabe and fucking blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, seriously?
Yeah, I heard
You know what
that.
I mean? Like, Like, it turned into that. And you know what I mean? And it's like, oh my God. It's like, I guess, I mean, the thing is, I'm not trying to sell myself. I'm not even trying to entertain that shit because my moral compass won't let me. You know what I mean? So if you want to talk about it that way, go ahead. You want to say anybody wants to have their side, that's cool. That's your opinion. But I'm not going to entertain it. I'm going to always be the one to say, I don't know about that. And that's just me. And I said that about the Karen Reed shit when they said about the swingers and what if this and what if that and what if this and what if that. Nah, what if fucking Higgins just sucker punched him and he fell and bumped his fucking head? What if that? What if that happened? You know what I mean?
That's why
What
I
if?
do the footwork and you're the brains.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, I'm not always trying to be right. You know what I mean? Maybe is there another layer? I don't know to this case. I don't know. But I mean, the Audi situation is just factual. Dude rolls up looking for his car key and was acting mad suspicious, and everybody said he was fresh and so clean, and that kind of goes with what and the way he's acting right now. I mean, hey, if I believe that. I'm curious to hear what Eddie got to say when we go to talk to him. Who he thinks it is, or who he knows it is.
Yeah, I'm sure too. Crazy.
But I mean, the Paul Jr. thing, it fits the narrative perfect. I'll give you that. He beat his mother up 2 days prior to that. You know what I mean? But is it possible that could have happened? I guess it's possible, right? I mean, it is possible,
Anything's possible.
but it just sounds highly unlikely that that happened. But then again, it is possible. But you go into an appellate court, they want facts, man. They're gonna, to overturn this case and to turn Thomas Riley into the bad guy, CPAC, state police, to turn this, to say 30 years later, 35 years later, they got this wrong. Oof, that's tough.
And that's real tough, But I think with the homework that Eddie's done and the reviewing of all the affidavits and all the statements that were taken, he I mean, clearly I think he found something that he could expose, and I mean back to the other thing. I mean, I'm trying to think of, how this fucking happened, and
I mean, you want to hear my theory? My theory's simple. There's a fucking cab driver that doesn't like this lady, goes in the fucking house, right? If he didn't, if this dude didn't do it, then the other dude did it, right? So he goes in the house, he parks his cab. Something could have happened. She catches him in the house, right? That's why I kept asking, where was her car at? Was her car in the fucking driveway? You know what I mean? Did he not? Did she park up the street that day? I don't know.
See
Why
him there
didn't he?
when she got home.
Maybe he didn't think she was home. And then he walks in there, and there she is. She's like, "Give me your fucking keys." Maybe she threw his fucking keys, right? Who knows? You motherfucker. Maybe the house keys was on that key, because he keeps screaming that it was just one key. You sure
Right.
about that? You sure it wasn't them fucking house keys was on there? And if they find them, you're done, because it opens up the door to the house. I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. And then he's in there, and he that was like his little 1-2 step. I mean, the guy's looking for his key outside. He doesn't join his wife, Carol, at the hospital. How'd he call the ER? How'd he get that information? In 1995, you could call the ER up and say, "Hey, how you doing? This is Adi, the cab driver. Carol, that's my wife. I just want to know what happened to Janet." They're gonna release that information.
Yeah.
You don't call the cab company. The cab company, now the garage is closed. There's no keys inside the office. It's a valet, right? When you valet a car at the casino or anywhere else, right? What's there? There's a key rack. There's a box of keys right there. You're telling me they don't have it's not there in the office. It's in the garage closed, ironically. And then he said, "I don't know what kind of car it was." Then he first initially gets on I'm going on what I found out, right? I do a show, and I say, "Yo, back then, them cars were pieces of shit. Them taxis, I doubt they had AC." He drove all the way from Somerville to South Station in a fucking heat wave in a shitbox. He'd be sweating more than people on the outside. People sitting outside, he'd be more hot in that shitbox, because the heating core would be blown, and that fucking piece of shit sand slicks would be blowing heat through the car, right? He'd be a wreck, right? Driving that
Fucking
shit.
velour interior and
Yeah,
shit. I hear you.
he'd be a sweatbox in that shit. And then he conveniently comes right on our show and says, "No, hey, no, the cab I was in, the reason why I look fresh, because I was fresh out the AC." Then I asked him, "Did you ever listen to my show before, Adi?" And he said, "No, I never did." And that's when I said, "Wow, that's funny." Then I said, "Well, what kind of car were you driving?" He goes, "Well, I don't remember. They were new, though. They might have been Dodge. They might have been Ford." So now you're saying a guy who's a taxi driver for 10 years don't know the difference between a Dodge and a Ford. And by the way, the Ford that he would have been driving, the Crown Vic, ladies and gentlemen, would have been a police interceptor. It would have been a cop cruiser. It would have had horsepower, everything heavy duty. And then on top of that, he sweetened the deal to say that the cabs were from Florida. Now, we all know, if you do have taxis from Florida, right, all the air conditioners are maintenance, because you got to have an AC in Florida, and you got to have an AC in Georgia or anywhere in the South, because you'll die. It's hot. You know what I mean? So he ironically puts that in there. Oh, they come from Florida, so the AC's 100% work, right? Okay. Well, what kind of car was it? Well, it could have been it could have been this. It could have been a Dodge. And then he says in the chat it was a Crown Vic. Okay. Well, now it's a Crown Vic. So now you get the call from Kerry, calls Carol. We find out later it was Kerry who called Carol, but Kerry don't even live in the house. And Kerry calls Carol, and you're at South Station in a Crown Vic, okay, with about 300 horsepower, and you drive down 93, and you don't remember that ride in that Crown Vic? You don't remember hitting the gas in that Crown Vic? You don't remember flying in that Crown Vic? Oh, and then you said you made an illegal U-turn in a Crown Vic Interceptor, Crown Vic police cruiser. You mean to tell me when you blew that fucking intersection, that red light, you didn't kick out? That ass didn't kick out? You didn't remember that either? Right? This is what I'm saying. Oh, and then by the way, I said, well, wait a minute. Now you're running around saying I need to find the fucking key. Now, someone did find the key, which you found keys back then, because people had keys. They didn't have key fobs. We all know this, right? Wouldn't you say what the fucking key was? So now I say, did it say Ford on it? He says, no, it didn't say Ford. It said 42. Oh, so now they stamped their own keys. So then I said, well, if they stamped their own keys, then they would have made more keys, right? And then he says, yeah, they would have made more keys, but they were locked up in the garage. So now it just keeps evolving and evolving and evolving. And then you waited for it to get towed. So what? Like, so if
And
you
it got
really look
towed
at
by the garage.
and it got towed by the garage that allegedly was closed. So what are we talking about here? This is what I found out. That's my assessment.
And that makes so much sense why he keeps himself in the investigation.
He's keeping an eye on it.
That sounds mad whack. I mean, you would remember that Ford. I don't give a shit. People could say JFK, no, he wouldn't have remembered. You would remember a Dodge 6-cylinder, and even if it was an 8-cylinder, it wouldn't even feel like an 8-cylinder back then, right? Shit running on fucking 4 cylinders with a blown head gasket. You remember the difference between that and a heavy ass duty Crown Vic, man. Believe that.
hell
With
yeah.
that 5.0 Interceptor back then, that was the standard. 300 horsepower back in 95 was fast. You know, an IROC back then
They
only
had
had
dual
200.
exhaust, bro. They
I know,
were
but
factory dual
and
exhaust.
it wasn't even so much about the horsepower, how fast in the long run it was. It was the torque.
Yeah, they
The
had a
torque.
gear. The rear ends were
Fast
geared
right off the
different.
start.
All
It
that.
was the torque. You would remember that shit. You know, you still hit an IROC to this day. That shit will throw you back.
Hell yeah.
That torque is what you fell in love with. It wasn't the long run. It was the torque.
You know, because you got to remember fuel injection. That shit come out in '93. So
There you
all
go.
those cars were fuel injected. You know,
and they were heavy duty with that AC. So if it was a Crown Vic, I do believe he was so fresh and so clean. But the problem is, he said he didn't remember that. And I'm sure the Crown Vic, that was probably the first or the second year that they got them cars. They started getting the police cars. That was right around the time they started making the change to them cars. And that's where he fucked up, to me. But it could just all be coincidence. It could just be my own mind trickling down. Maybe he doesn't know the difference.
No,
But
we've talked
That
about
was my very first theory. That was my very first theory until the Paul situation came up. But that's still my theory.
You know, just and I'm there with you too, Jay. I mean, and JFK. You know, we've talked about our boy Adi here.
well, here's
And-
another thing. And
and-
we just found out there was a dog in the house, and he never mentioned that.
Exactly, and that's something that I keep hopping on. But
Yeah.
you know, the whole knife situation, backpack, leaving it in a car, that shit looks fucking sketchy, man. You know what I mean? And
But then again, he could have took the knife for Artie and hit it.
He could have. That sounds more logical. He walked in there and Adi was in there. And then he came, and then Adi was in there longer because then he leaves, and then.
But then
and
again,
here's the
After Eddie
thing
runs
was,
out the back, Artie runs out the back.
But then
well,
again,
no. Adi doesn't run out the back. So Paul leaves, right? Paul leaves, and then they leave. They go to Revere Beach, and here comes Eddie walking across the street in the house, and goes in, sees Janet, and then they come knocking on the door, and then he tells them to get out of there because at that point, Jeannie, Paul, and them are gone. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And then after Eddie left, Artie left.
Yeah, Adi went right out that back door. He went right
Yeah.
out that back door. He slid right out that back door. He went to probably jump in the fucking car, and he realized the key was gone, or he threw shit in the trunk and he threw the key in the pants, whatever pants pocket he had. He probably had the keys in the pants pocket or something like that. And he threw it in the trunk. I mean, if that's the third party, that makes the most sense to me. 'Cause, at the end of the day, the girl Carol's your wife, man, and her sister just got murdered, and you're hanging out with a 17-year-old.
Facts. Well, she's at the hospital with her parents.
Like, you can't, what? Like, you got to answer to that. But I just don't know why, after talking to the family, they keep throwing Paul in the mix as if maybe, like you said, maybe Paul did have something to do with it. Maybe that's the story. Maybe maybe like behind the scenes, that's going to be the story. I mean, I'm not going to say what it is, but.
But you made a great point the other day. What was so important that he could not take his eyes off that cab?
He couldn't take his eyes off that cab, bro. I mean, bro, if the cab, and keep in mind too, ladies and gentlemen, the cab company was right down the street at Sullivan Station, 2 miles away. So the next morning, most cab drivers don't even have a car, right? That's what they drive. So the next morning, the next dude coming, just whatever, the garage open, hypothetical, the garage opens with the keys. You say where the car's at, they just come pick it up and call it a day. They're going to understand why you didn't. Like, you don't think your company is going to understand why you might have lost keys and what, like, my wife's sister got stabbed 98 times. I left the cab and I lost the key. Whatever. They're going to understand. If any
What?
time in the world they would understand you losing a key or being in a frantic state would be that time. And the fact that you act like they wouldn't have and you stayed with the cab shows some type of fuckery going on. Period, point blank, end of the story. And you know what, gentlemen? You know what, gentlemen? You know what, chat? That's a motherfucking fact. That's a fact. And I'm sticking with the facts. I don't want to hear fucking the ghost came down and fucking Kerry jumped from the fucking scarecrow and she broke out of the mental asylum and fucking all this other shit. You know what I mean? And Gina might have did it. That's all. The fact is there's a guy looking for a key and would not leave the fucking cab. And his wife is sisters with Janet. And then a woman who we had on the show, who I talked to, who we talked to, is saying that Janet says she was afraid of him. And then she also said on our show that EDDIE was following her around. So I don't need court documents. I'm going on what I know, what I'm investigating. What we're investigating as a team, you know? But I get it. It makes for good cinema to talk about different scenarios. But I mean, at this point, I think at this point we need to zone into what we need to zone into and kind of exclude. And then, but it's very possible though, like you said though, Jay, that Paul could have walked in the house and ran into EDDIE. And did they have something going on? He was a taxi driver. Did he look out for Paul? Did Paul? Here's another thing. Here's a fact, and I don't want to sound wrong, but in 1995 when you were gay, that was a problem, right? Do you guys remember 1995?
Yeah.
You couldn't be gay on the streets in 95.
So think about this. If you're selling weed and you're a weed dealer, right? And you're a straight man, you don't know gay men, do you? If you're a straight man, typically you don't know a gay man because a gay man won't even tell you he's fucking gay. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Your friend could be gay, he won't even fucking tell you he's gay. Nowadays, your fucking boy jumps in the car with you, he's got a fucking blonde wig on. You're like, what are you doing? Take the wig off. Calm the fuck down, will you? Right? You know what I mean? But back then, no one would tell you that they were gay. And then you realize, wait a minute, 10 years later, every time I turned my back, my friend was grabbing my ass. Maybe.
Good game. Good game.
But here's the thing. If that's the case, was that his connect? Because think about it. If he hooks up with Paul Jr., Paul Jr. got the people, he's hooked up with the gay community. He could sell a whole bunch of weed to that gay community.
And that's how people rolled back then. You know,
Think about it. That's a plug. You need clientele.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Think about it. If you don't know that it's the same thing with drug, like that's what I mean. Like to sell drugs, you got to know a drug addict, right? So most people, you would have to be a drug addict to know a drug addict. So most people who sell drugs on the low are drug addicts. You know, they might not be doing it as hard as the drug addicts they're serving, but they're doing something because they have to know these type of people. Most people who don't do drugs don't want to hang around drug addicts. It just doesn't make sense. Why would you want to hang around someone with needle marks on them and fucking talking about they just got out the clinic and they just was on Mass Ave? Why would you want to be around that? But if you are one of those on the low, that's how you get your clientele. So even with the weed hustle, so if you're selling weed and you got this young dude, Paul Jr., who you find out who's, you know, messing with these older guys at the gay bar, and he's saying, yo, I could sell all that weed for you, that becomes your ally. And like what Brilliant just said, you walk in the house, you see this guy doing this shit, and it's like, maybe they confided in each other, and then what do you call it? Say he had people sign letters for him, right? He had little Paul sign letters.
He had their kids write letters to show that they got along and everything.
Yeah.
We don't know. Like, what did he hustle? Did he just sell weed? Did he sell anything else? You know what I mean? It's the perfect cover up being a cab driver. Picture you driving in a cab, you got 3 girls in the back, they go into the bar. Hey girls, what are you going to do tonight? We're going to get fucked up. Oh man, yeah. I used to get fucked up too, man. I used to sniff the coke. Oh yeah, we're looking for coke. Oh, are you really? Well, I know somebody who got it. How much you need? Oh, we need an 8-ball. All right, let me make a phone call for you. All right, just meet me on that corner. All right, I just made the phone call. I can get it for you. And the whole time he ain't never made a phone call because he's the coke man. It's all a fucking grind, huh, Adi? You were fucking grinding in '95. but like I said, that's pure speculation. Pure speculation. Disclaimer. But you know, that's what it could be. That's what it could be. That's where I'm at with it. That's where my mind goes with it, in that space and time. But I don't know that for a fact. But I do know that he was looking for his key during the murder. That's what I do know.
And he was more concerned about that key than his dead sister-in-law.
And that whole situation sketchy as fuck, man. You know,
I think this is beyond sketchy.
You know, and to go even further, I mean, to hear that he, you know, has followed this case and defended himself on every angle, or at least trying to defend himself on every angle. I mean, you heard Eddie's parents, man. I mean, there was posts, you know, from 12 years ago that he's still commenting on. He has a different thought, and he's going back to it, and he's fucking still commenting. I mean, that's some obsessive, you know, behavior.
Yeah. He's going to
here's a great
Ed
point.
Ed Senior posts, and he goes on them.
Norman Corey said, if you robbed the bank and the money was in the car and it was parked outside the bank, would you not take your eyes off it? Bingo. Well, how about this, though? The night of the murder, right? He cared more about the cab, right? That's a fact, right? Can we all agree that's a fact?
Absolutely.
So why the fuck does he care about the parole hearing so bad? The fucking night it happened, you didn't even give a fuck. So why do you give a fuck? Why you care about years later? Why you care about what do you care if he gets out or not? What do you care? You ain't with your wife no more. The fuck do you care? Seriously.
That's exactly what I said today.
What do you care? The fuck, he did 30 years. It's not like the dude didn't do 30 fucking years. Like, I'm not saying like for what happened to Janet, anybody should be let out of jail. But at the end of the day, you didn't even give a fuck the night it happened. The night it happened, you didn't even go to the hospital with your wife. You were too worried about a cab.
That's not his.
So why do you care now? Because you never thought he was going to get parole. That's why. You never thought.
My boy.
You never thought that live streaming was going to become a thing, did you?
God damn.
Ain't that a bitch?
God damn.
DNA don't lie.
With that being said, I go by the name of J.F.K.
I go by Kevy Kev.
Who else we got up in here?
I go by Jason Berlon.
And listen, man, we're here, man. It's all speculation, but hey, we're just trying to break it down for you guys. Do me a favor, people, before we end this. Go do your homework on this case. And you make your own opinions. We're not trying to curate who did it, who didn't do it. But hey, there's a lot of layers to peel back, and we're going to be talking to some more people. And I appreciate every last one of y'all. This is live stream, and we'll try to be better. If you don't like this one, and you thought we might have did this or did that or said that, forgive us. Because we'll do better the next live stream, because we are live. And with that being said, we're currently at 3,000 feet. The landing gear is down, and we're going to get you home safe. Peace and love, y'all. One love.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah.
Yo. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty, juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old, what's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless. His friend's mother from across the street. Shh. he was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Jane's fingernail unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie, 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Jane and life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer,
July 1995.
do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream, long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.
I just wanna chill and twist a lie, catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't wanna see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, babe. Girl, hey, it's easy to love me now. Hey, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? Girl, it's easy to love me now. Oh, now, would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me? If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If